All right, that's right. We are back, ladies and gentlemen. We are back. Live show today, Snow Edition 2026. That's right. We are getting live with our antics, and we are going to talk about a couple of things that are special today. There's a winter storm warning going on today for most of the United States. And yes, I am getting snow, although not ice. So while I have power, I figured I'm going to spend some time with you guys, you fine ladies and gents, and have a great time at it. I am going to talk about a couple of things today. Things I'm going to talk about. You see Stormcast Eternal right there. Don't switch off. Don't switch off. You see the Stormcast Eternal over there. However, we are going to talk about all the factions, and we're going to talk about which faction might be right for you based on what I think is the theme of the army. Now, we're not talking about playstyle as much as we're going with the aesthetics of the army. We're going to see that if you do like an aesthetic, if you do like an army, what that kind of says about you. And I could be either spot on or completely off. If I'm either, leave a comment down below and let me know what you think about the same topic. Because if you play AOS, then there's a reason why you got in. And your reason might be very, very personal that I wouldn't even know about. All right, these things are reflecting like crazy, so I'm going to take them off of me blind for a little while. Not really, because I can see far away. I just can't see. I mean, I can't see far away. I can see close up, but there is that. Alrighty. So what we got here is fun. It is a lot of fun today. A couple of things that I am super stoked about, and that would be ting number one. Ting number one is that I have pre-purchased, and this might be game related or not. I mean, video games is sort of game related. Pre-purchase Forza Horizon 6, and I got the absolute ultimate edition. Let me know if you want to see me play that on the channel. That's one. Two, if you'd like to see me play video games on the channel, I'm currently playing Expedition 33. And let me tell you, Expedition 33 has been absolutely amazing. I just finished Baldur's Gate 3, which I started and then I stopped and then I restarted. So I played over 400 hours, close to 500 hours in playing Baldur's Gate 3. Let me tell you, it's crazy. I'm on Steam, the Paintbrush, if you want to hook up and play a game together. Yes, that. So we played that and finished that and currently playing Expedition 33, which is a French game, which is completely interesting. They have a whole bunch of things. So if you want to see me play that on the channel, you let me know. And we will make that happen. We will absolutely make that happen. And so I wanted to make sure that if you want to see me play some video games, then we would definitely play some video games. And I think that would be absolutely awesome. And that's so weird. I am looking at my live stream here, and it's saying that it's at the start screen. Am I at the start screen? No, do not tell me that I am at the start screen. I shouldn't be. I should not be. So let's see. And I am checking all these beautiful things. What's up? We have one concurrent viewers. Welcome to the chat. Where are you from? Let me know. If you want to see me play video games on the channel, then that's a different thing entirely. Let me know that as well. And wow, I am not seeing myself on this video, so I'm gonna have to check to see. Let me know, chat, if you can actually see me or the stream is really, really wonky. I should have everything ready, but I'm not sure. Just let me know if you can see me. You should be able to see me. There it is. There it is. I see it now. I can see clearly now the rain is gone. But let me know. Anyway, that being said, we're going to talk about personality. That's right. Your personality versus what it is that you play. Do you play Age of Sigmar? Or do you play 40K? Now we're gonna do another one. I'll probably do another live chat on what 40K faction says about you. That's another thing that we can actually do, and it would be great if we had something like that to do it in. So, yes, good stuff. We could talk about the news, but not really. It's not today. Today is not going to be that kind of day. Today is not going to be that kind of day. Today we're going to have some fun because I am going to paint up some Space Wolves. That's right. And I am with that. I'm still working on wolves. I got 30 to do. Actually, I only have like 4 or 5 left out of the 30. And I just finished 40 Blood Claws. So I'm almost done with that project. And it looks like I might get those Battle Force box, the army boxes that came out for the Space Wolves. I bought 2, and then I bought some extra just to supplement this so I can, max, I guess, or close to max on my Grey Hunters for sure. Okay. So, guys, I'm really stoked about Forza Horizon 6, and if you want to see me play that would be great. I have early access to it and everything else. And again, Expedition 33, I did buy the download content, so I have all the extra, the windings and all the other things. So really, really cool. Really, really cool. A couple of things I have realized. Another thing that I realized is that I might be buying way too much miniatures, way too many miniatures. And that's an understatement, right? Everybody's like, oh, I buy too many miniatures. I have a pile of shame. Mine is ridiculous. It has 2 closets full. 2 closets full. I can open up my own store. It's gotten to the point. So I don't know. I think I should just start painting. If you would like me to commission, because I don't think I'll be playing all these armies. I don't think I would have it in my head. It's hard enough for me to learn the rules of one army, right? And then to play 2 systems, AOS and 40K, and learning 2 armies, right? But then I have 4 painted armies so far, 2 for AOS and 2 for Age of Sigmar. Well, not really painted army, 2 for AOS. I have 1 for AOS, sort of, kind of. So many things, so little time. Why must I paint to an almost display level quality is the question. Why must I torture myself like that, right? But I must, because I want to feel really proud of what I did. Who knows? Maybe I'll sell all my armies on eBay because they are massive armies. Hey! Wow. Hey, Lord 17C, man. Great to see you in the chat. Yeah, you know what? Lord C says, maybe I should thin it out, right? I have way too much and I should really thin it out. I should. So after I finish my Space Wolves, which I think are going to be my main army because it was my first army, and I do have a love for the Space Wolves, and I'm pretty decent at painting some Space Wolves. I'm pretty happy with the level of detail that I included on there. But the other painting projects just seem fun. Like I look at 60 Rubric Marines for my 1,000 Suns project, which will probably be my next project after I finish this one, but I don't know. I mean, the Lion's calling me and everything else, but I think maybe I should paint up an army and then just put it on eBay and see what happens. I don't know. We'll see. I would say I'm done with my Tau army, but I'm actually not done with my Tau army because I do have some Forge World stuff that I need to get done, and especially the biggest unit you could buy for the Tau, which is a Tau and R. I picked it up at the last, at the Nova before the last Nova. I missed the last Nova. I was sick. Lord 17 says, if you enjoyed it, that's all that matters. That's true. One of these days, I'm going to actually learn how to play the game. Like I sort of do, but I don't know. I'm not that, I can't keep all the rules in my head. And every time I do, they change the rules. So it's like I'm playing catch up. Lord C, you are absolute goat. Thank you for interacting. I appreciate that. Okay, so let's get into a little bit of AOS. And again, we're going to talk about 40K armies and what they mean about you. And I'll probably do it in a separate podcast because, a podcast or video, a live stream. Simply because, well, one, I have more to paint and I love painting with you guys. And two, this is a lot of armies. There's a lot of armies to go through. We're starting with the Stormcast Eternals, as you can see here, and what that says about you. And again, I have an opinion. My opinion, I'm not saying is right or wrong or absolute. If I've got it right, let me know. If you think you have a different reason why you got into the army and you think I'm completely off the mark, let me know down in the comments and we'll have a conversation about it. I love to have input within the channel and have engagement within the channel. Now, I did take some notes, so I might be looking a little down, up, but yeah, that is what it is, right? And Lord 17C says the thing that I'm dreading. 17th is coming out soon anyway. I think my biggest army on Sprue in boxes is orcs. And if they come out with new orcs, oh, that's going to be tough. That's going to be tough. Shiny new book, whole new rules. Probably not a really hard reset. It's just going to be a consistent reset, which is interesting. I played Spearhead, but I started to play 10th edition with my wife. We were going over the rules and whatnot. And using the data cards and stuff like that is interesting because it's the first game I played of 10th edition. It's going to be my first game I played at 10th edition. And 11th edition is coming out. I always do that. I always finally get around to playing an edition at the end of the edition. It happened in 8th. It happened in 9th. It happened in 10th now. And now I'm starting to play it because it's like, oh, I should play this game before it goes away, right? Then I get the new game and I get so bogged down with painting. I don't have time to play. And when I do play, I play with people that know what they're doing. I don't know. Maybe I should just stick to painting. Who knows? Maybe I could save a lot of money if I just stick to the painting and then paint, throw it up on eBay or see if somebody would like to buy a custom army that has freehand and all the gips and gaps and everything else. Like for my Tau army, I actually learned some Japanese to write down symbols on the troops. And like every little person is its own unique snowflake. Some have tattoos, some have... well, you don't know, but we also have like symbols. One has the peace sign, like if it was like the Nam or something like that. Like I threw a whole bunch of stuff. Like I got a lot of references from a lot of armies and what troopers used to put onto their helmets. And I used to do that to the Tau. I know I'm insane, but these are the type of details that I include in my army. So if you get one of my armies, I mean, you're going to have a decent show stopping, then you might win best in show. Just saying. I think maybe I should take the armies to a GT or something like that, just so I can win best in show. I mean, I get the premises of playing the game. I get, attach the leader to the unit and everything else, and the composition and the blood packs. I mean, the faction packs, which seem amazing, absolutely amazing, and a little less convoluted. I remember 7th. Who remembers 7th? That was terrible. But in any case, and at any rate, we're going to go over here and let's start talking Stormcast Eternal. All right. And we're going to go through this rather quickly, I guess. I mean, we can talk about each faction for as long as you'd like to talk about each faction. But here's what I say. If you play Stormcast Eternal, then you like being the hero of the story. You enjoy the clean aesthetic, the elite units, and feeling of being reliably good. Just being the good force, the good guys, girls, and everything in between. You probably value structure. You want order, right? Fairness. And rules that make sense. I mean, it's hard to play, but I don't know. Your rules kind of make sense for what it does, I guess. And you tell people to choose Stormcast for their lore. But deep down, you like winning with durable units that are in shiny armor. I guess the same reason you would pick a Custodes army, right? I think they're very thing. And your catchphrase, let's go catchphrase. Your catchphrase would be, they're actually very nuanced. All right, there's Stormcast Eternals. If you are a player of Stormcast Eternals, let me know. And why do you play Stormcast Eternals? And if you're catching this afterwards, please put it into the comment sections. The more communication that we have together off screen as well, the more interaction we have, the more people, the YouTube algorithms will recommend this to other people, and maybe other people can join into the conversation. I think it would be wonderful. Alrighty, so that's enough looking at these Stormcast Eternals. I think it's time to switch it up a little. Okay, let's switch it up to the next one. Okay. Boom, let's talk about Cities of Sigmar. Okay, we have the Cities of Sigmar over here, which I do have a box set. I probably won't play it. I kind of like the looks of the models. I kind of fell in love with the look of the model. Stormcast Eternal, I am so put out that they axed so many of my models that I still have Battle Force boxes for that I haven't touched. So yeah, I'm pretty little. I don't want to paint Stormcast Eternal, and if I do, I'm not going to paint it to a high quality. Like, I don't care at this point, because it's like, but it is me though. But I don't know. I do enjoy painting. Who knows? Who knows what whole future holds? I go on whims. I really do. Can I be called whimsical? Possibly. All right, so Cities of Sigmar. Let's get into it. These are the people of the setting of Age of Sigmar, the regular folks, your guard, if you will, for Age of Sigmar. And I think they look fantastic. Now, a lot of people are substituting these models for the Grand Cathay models for Warhammer Underworlds because they look amazing as well. And but I do like this aesthetic. Now, this is like the new Bretonians, right? So it's not exactly what you would call looking like Bretonian. These are the new folk, and it does look like New Fork. So New Fork, hello, new folks. Cities of Sigmar. Okay, you like the complexity and flexibility. You enjoy combining different playstyles, mixing units, and finding synergies other people overlook. You probably enjoy strategy games, spreadsheets, and proving that normal people with guns can hang out with gods and monsters. You want to challenge that. So Cities of Sigmar. And your catchphrase here is, trust me. This list will work. It'll work. It'll work. It'll work. Cities of Sigmar is really tough to play at the moment, to be competitive with somebody else's army. So if you just want to have some fun, these are the ones for it. But what I do like about this box set right here is that all these miniatures translate into D&D very well, or other miniatures games. And there's always a faction that is just the people, right? The people of the setting. And here it is in spades, right? Now, I want to make sure, it's so odd. I want to make sure that it's popping up on stream. Let me just double check. Oh, yeah. It's fine. It's fine. Everything is fine. All right, awesome. By the way, yeah, the color scheme that they do, the reds and the yellows and the oranges and the silver and the browns, it just works for me. Like, I really do like the aesthetic of Cities of Sigmar. The helmets do look like chamber pots on their heads, but that's just flavorful in my opinion, and a lot of fun. Do you like Cities of Sigmar? I wonder. Okay, let me see. Yes. All right, so next up, let's talk Sylvaneth, the tree people. Oh my. Do I have a lot of Sylvaneth that I could start off right away? I like the Sylvaneth. I think the Sylvaneth are pretty cool. They're dryads. The only unit that I wish it was like the forest elves. The only unit that it was the ones on the the stags. It was a unit on stags. I thought that was just absolutely fantastic, and I loved it a lot. So, so I definitely, ooh boy, wanna check that out. Oh my. Alrighty. I'm gonna stop this in the background because I think the music is on and I'm not sure. I'm not sure if it's coming through. All right. Yes. All right, next one, Sylvaneth. Let's get the picture that matches it. Yeah. There it is. There you go. Alariel, you never looked so good. Yeah. Oh, goodness. Oh, goodness. It went away. It should not go away. Let me get that back up. There it is. Okay, sorry about that. Alrighty, so yeah, we have your Sylvaneth, and boy, do I have so many Sylvaneth. Sylvaneth is fun. But if you play Sylvaneth, your personality is you're a very calm and peaceful person. Until you're not. And when you're not, I mean, it all breaks down, like everything. You appreciate nature and the aesthetics and tricksy movement shenanigans, because Sylvaneth, teleport here, teleport there. You got the spike, the grove coming in. So you're always like shifting from one place to another, like a lot of uppy downies going on here. You like hit and run tactics and watching your opponents slowly realize that they're out of position and they can't reach you, which is awesome. You probably have a strong opinion about terrain placement because it's all about movement, right? The game about movement. And Sylvaneth does that in spades. It's all about where you position yourself. Yeah, you're getting good at first, then you're going to be doing great. If you don't, then you can lose the game because of it. Their catchphrase that I will include is, I'll teleport where now? Maybe up, maybe down. Where will I teleport? Where will I be, right? So if you do like that craftiness of knowing exactly where it is that you want to be, then this is the army for you, or you have chosen this army and you're a crafty person. Again, if you don't agree with this, let me know. Are you crafty, Sylvaneth player? I want to build my Sylvaneth army. I want to find a good painting scheme and just really get dug in. All right, we're going to move on to the next faction. The next faction I have here, I don't have. Wow, an army I don't have. And those are the Fire Slayers. Oh, yes, the Fire Slayers. They are dwarves. They are barely wearing any clothes. They have stout beards and wild haircuts or wild helmets that look like hair. And they're the ones that'll jump off stones, dual wheel axing, and just putting a smiting on people. This is like Viking culture and stuff like that, but if you had squats, and it's in AOS. So Fire Slayers, they don't have a lot of model range. They really don't have much, and people kind of look the same. They're very same-ish. It's kind of hard to pull off, aside from different style beards, but if everybody's shirtless, they kind of look the same, right? You can differentiate them by putting tattoos and stuff like that on there, but really, it looks very uniform, even if they're not wearing uniforms. All right, so let's see. Fire Slayers. I'll get this right. Fire Slayers are stubborn and loyal. You know, like that dog that just keeps on opening the refrigerator because they want the cheese tax. Once you find something you like, you stick with it, and that's it. You enjoy durability, simple plans, and very simple plans, and watching opponents bounce off your units because they're tough. They are tough. They are tanks. And you probably don't care if your army has 5 models that look the same, but you care that they do work. So you want to get results here. And that's what this is all about. Forget the hokey pokey. This is what it's all about, right? And your catchphrase would be they're tankier than you think, and they're going to be coming up with you with axes and just smashing. So if you like this aesthetic and you don't like a lot of variation, but you just want to play the game, Fire Slayers may be in your realm of what you want to do. And Fire Slayer players, let me know if this did I nail it? Did I get it? Okay, Lord C says. Lord C17 said, I'd play them, not for all the flesh painting. Flesh painting isn't so bad. If you can do a Zenithal and not overdo it, when you put in the details, you won't notice the skin as much. And if you have a variation, if you really want to, you take some Reikland Flesh Aid, right? And then you just spray that from underneath, a reverse Zenithal, right? Coming up from underneath. And it really does wonders with skin. It makes skin easy to paint. Once you have the skin down like that, there's very little you can't do, right? So that's what I would recommend. Try it. Get your favorite flesh, whatever flesh is, pale flesh, medium flesh, whatever flesh you want to do, right? And do exactly that. Even if you want to do a browner flesh, I guess, you can do a nice Rhinox hide and maybe some Parasite brown or maybe some leather brown from P3 or something like bootstrap leather or something like that. And then use Zenithal that and then still come up from underneath with a Reikland Flesh Aid. It'll bring some red into there, bring some life into that skin. And yeah, it's not so bad. I do have Ogre More Tribes. I do have those. And I painted some Ogres before. And I was shocked how simple the flesh was to get just right. And it looks amazing. And it looked very little effort. I think I should do a tutorial on that, on doing just flesh and doing skin. But right now on the painting desk, I am Space Wolf to the max. Like I have so many Space Wolves to do. I think that what I will do this year for my plans is paint up my Space Wolves, finish out my Thousand Suns, paint up Magnus to red, which is what I really bought the army for. I just like painting. I should have just bought him, to be honest with you. I don't think I should have gotten the entire army, but I impulse bought. And it was just like, I guess I'm a T-Suns player now, right? But I did that with so many armies. I have a Custodes army, if anybody's interested. I can be contracted to paint that for you and then just deliver it. Like I already have the boxes. Maybe pick up some more boxes. If you're interested in a commission, let me know. All right. So that being said, Fire Slayers. Yes. Let's move on. Let's move on the list to Quadron Overlords. Dwarf Sky Pirates. That's right. Dwarf Sky Pirates. What does this say about you? Well, you're pragmatic. Pragmatic. I will say I am having trouble Englishing today. You are pragmatic and a little consternarian, maybe? You have a consternation? You like guns. Very few people I know do not. Rules and interactions. You like the rules, you like the interactions, you like shooting, you like doing things differently from just about everybody else, because this is mainly a shooting army, and you enjoy playing the objectives of the game and frustrating melee armies who can't touch you. This is what you do. You just thrive in their frustration. You're like, can't touch this. Can't touch this. All right. So yeah, you play those objectives of the game, you frustrate other armies, melee armies specifically, and you probably explain your army's rules a lot because there's a lot to explain, and you enjoy explaining your rules a lot because once you've mastered it, you've achieved something. Like you've garnered something, you've transcended to a level. Now I'm at the level of where I understand this somewhat complex army. There's a lot of things going on with Quadron Overlords. Skydwarf. Your catchphrase would be, actually, that happens in this shooting phase. It's the actually army, I would say, the Quadron Overlord, because you have a master of the rules, and I certainly don't. So you would definitely actually me quite a bit. I do have vampires. That's where these figures, that the wolves, the dire wolves, are coming from. Kyle, I kind of like their ships. I think that's kind of cool to paint solo, but I never got into their army. One, because I'm not a fan of their helmets. That could be a head swap. And two, their roly-poly bodies make me feel like they're a little too close. They hit a little too close to the mark over here. I'm trying to lose some weight. Let's see if it happens. Next up, let's talk a little bit about the light elves. That's right. The ones that you bring a bull with skinny legs that skip leg day to the fray and a hammer. If you like these things, let me stop. If you like these things, you might like the Lumineth Realm Lords, is what I was going to say. Okay, so you like precision and you like control if you like this army. You enjoyed layered rules. If this, then that, then this occurs. You like your positioning and planning 3 turns ahead. If you are an expert chess player, then planning ahead is what you, if these certain things go off, then I can do my thing. To me, Warhammer's hard enough. Age of Sigmar is hard enough. I guess the armies that I don't need that many light. I'm a very smooth brain player, I would say. And even then it's iffy at best, but I am starting to learn the rules a little better. I am making the college try the attempt. You probably like armies that reward mastery, and you don't mind being labeled as that player who knows all the rules, and I'm actually it for you. If that means your army works exactly as intended, you don't mind. You don't care. It's going to work the way you want it to work. You know the rules very well, and it's somebody else's problem if they don't. Me. And your favorite catchphrase would be, "This is all part of the plan." I might have lost people here, but I'm going to get you in the after. Oh, yes. Okay. Rune Lords, their helmets, I think, look better than the old cone helmets. I think it's good. And their plumes are good. I don't enjoy painting white. That being said, I got a lot of Tau in their Viola. I painted a lot of white. A lot of white. A lot. Did I enjoy painting white? Meh. It was all right. It was all right. I could still see myself getting some practice with painting some white. Wolf Brother Mythos has entered the chat. Legend of Legends. Hey, what is up, you beautiful person? Today we're talking about armies and what they say about you. We're doing the AOS edition. We'll probably do a 40K edition before this week is over, especially if we have more snow days and I'm snowed in. I hope everybody is safe from the ice and snow. And I keep on thinking of Van Halen, right? So, of the ice and snow. Anyway. But I hope everybody's safe. Everybody has electricity and water and everything else. And I hope that. But we are talking Lumineth Realm Lords, which are the Light Elves. The Light Elves with the cow that skipped leg day. You see the cow on the screen too. Dude skipped leg day. All right. In any case, now we're transitioning from the Light Elves to the elves that bought a swimming pool and decided to take some lessons to stay there. That's right. We're talking about the Idanet Deepkin. My friend Corbin actually has an Idanet Deepkin army, and he won Best in Show at the Nova Open when he paid in the GT. So really nice painted army. Corbin is an amazing painter. And yeah, I haven't seen any of these work recently, though, ever since he moved to Florida. So, Idanet Deepkin, what does this say to you? Thing number one, you don't like painting eyes, especially on infantry, because they have no eyes. Now, that might be a reason to start this army and start AOS to begin with. You don't have to paint eyes on the infantry. And you can take a lot of infantry. So there it is. Makes it easy. Makes it simple, right? And then you have these. Actually, I think it's a great aesthetic. Any aesthetics that bring sharks to the table. Like legit sharks. Strapped on with shooty things and stabby things and pole army things. Like, that's pretty cool. And seahorses and that whole sea underwater aesthetic. I think it's fantastic. I do not have a Ideneth Deakin army. Out of respect for Corbin because he had some and I never gotten into it. But do I think they're cool? Yes. Am I probably going to get them? Probably not. But if you do play Ideneth Deakin and are you interested into this and you don't have a friend that already owns them, then you enjoy striking first and then disappearing. It's like coming in like a tide. It's like a tide, like a tidal wave. No. Yeah, sort of like a wave coming in. It crashes in, it hits the beach, right? It hits you and then it rolls back in and then hits you again and then goes back in, right? So that's the way this army plays. And it could be really frustrating to play against. You have to trap them, right? But if you do like playing this army, then you enjoy layered rules. If this, then that will happen. And it happens very similar to the, Lumineth Realm Lords. But if you enjoy this one, you're Glass Cannon. You're basically Drukhari, right? But maybe a lot less kinky and wicked. But you like the Glass Cannon play style. You don't want to get hit. And that's why you go in, you shoot, you do your thing, and you pull out and you get out of there, right? And you have to have perfectly timed aggression. Like you got to know when to strike and when to back away because you have something else that might charge you, right? So, and you probably enjoy playing rogue or assassin and characters in RPGs because they're like, there it is, sneak attack, do all this damage, run, right? No armor. So if you live for that one perfect turn where everything clicks, if that is your jam, like everything just worked this one turn and I obliterated and I did what I had to do, right? This is like the army for you. And the catchphrase for people who play Ideneth Deakin is, now is the turn where I get to do all my things. I've been waiting like patiently, and now I'm going to unleash a fury you have never seen before. And that is playing the Ideneth Deakin, what it kind of feels like. Again, if I get any of these wrong, please let me know. And we're going to move on to one of my favorite armies now, and I'm playing now, actually, against my wife, is the Seraphon. That's right. The lizard men, known in the old world, these are amazing. And I started painting them in a pink and blue Star Child kind of way, which, I mean, it looks great on the battlefield. I want to continue that. And I bought some more, I got for Christmas some more Seraphon to paint up. And in fact, an early birthday gift, they gave me the actual temple, the big old terrain piece that's a temple. It's an eye, and it's kind of like electrical stuff. You kind of see it in the back, maybe like right about here behind these velociraptors. And let me tell you, if you want to play velociraptors, I mean, come on. I mean, who doesn't want to play T-Rexes with longer arms and velociraptors? And then, Triceratops and things like that. You ever played with dinosaurs as a kid? Huh. I didn't know I loved this army until I started painting them. And then I love this army. So, if you play Seraphon, and here's my take on it, you're either extremely chill or extremely competitive. It's one or the other. There's no middle ground with Seraphon. Either you just love the aesthetic and just want to throw some things on there and I don't care, it's whatever. Because you do have beat sticks. Like you have things that are survivable. You have things that can hit really hard. You have things that can move really fast to capture objectives. And you have your vehicles, aka dinosaurs, to ride. And you have your magic casters and your priests. Like, you have basically everything. You have flying units. Like, you have a lot of stuff going on. And it is just fun to see on the table. It is extremely fun to see on the table. And that's right. The Drukhari of the Sea and Dino Riders. You know, if you ever seen the Land of the Lost, right? And you know who the Sleestack are. This is the Sleestack. This is it. Anyway. Okay, so you love dinosaurs. This is why you get into this army. You love magic and you love powerful synergies. You enjoy feeling like an ancient intellect guiding the battle. You probably say it's for the lore while summoning half of an army. You know, it's for the lore. You know, it's for the lore. That's why half my army just bum rushed you. Yeah, it's just lore wise. Yeah, you know. Your favorite catchphrase? The old ones willed it. It's in the great plan, right? But yeah, Dino Riders are really cool, and I love them. I love them dearly. Now we're getting away from the Order faction. We've gone through all the Order faction, just as I'll say the catchphrase of each if you haven't missed it. First one, Stormcast Eternal. They're actually very nuanced. Cities of Sigmar. Trust me, this list works. Sylvaneth. A teleport where now? Fire Slayers. They're tankier than you think. Cadron Overlords. Well, actually, that happens in the shooting phase. Lumineth Realm Lords. It's all part of the plan. Idanet Deacon. Now is the turn. And Seraphon. It's all part of the great plan. And the old ones willed it. All right. Wait a second, I'm not on with that. I forgot the Daughters of Cain. Let's talk about the Murder Ladies, boop, which are also part of the Order faction. I guess the enemy of my enemy is my friend, right? So there is it. There it is. Daughters of Cain are notoriously difficult to paint. They're fiddly as all get out. And if you like painting sisters of battle, then with less ordination and more hair, then yes, this is certainly for you. But they are not the nicest people. Marathi herself is a big snake, so it's like the fulcrum of the setting, right? So to speak, without the JJ down, you know. Anyway, Daughters of Cain really act like Drukhari more than the Idanet Deacon, simply because they are speedy. They like aggression and they like momentum. They enjoy armies that reward precision and punished strikes. You're confident, you're decisive, and you're not afraid to just commit. You probably won't back down once you've chosen your line of play and you don't deviate from that. This is that play style. This is the one where it's, you know, golf balls to the wall. Right? But here's the thing. Your catchphrase here, again, glass cannon, if I get charged, it's over. It's over. But there it is. Now we're transitioning to death. By the way, I'm not, people love this model in the middle, but she's just like emo and hiding her hair. And where did the black wings come from? Like, nobody else has black wings. Nobody in the entire line has black wings that I know of. She's the only one, so it's interesting. Well, Brother Hobby says, I kind of want to pick up some Daughters of Cain to paint at the same paint. I mean, Daughters of Cain are pretty cool. They're pretty cool. Again, tough to paint, but pretty cool. They're fluid. And it's like that song, you know, I tried to hit on Repentia and she hit back. Repentia. It's sort of like that. Yeah, there was a story long ago, and I think it was, gosh, what it was that after the end times, came mortal something or other. But there was a story that they put out because, Games Workshop likes to put away, put up some stories, some flavor text, some lore before Malign Portents. That's what it was, Malign Portents. And they put up a story of this person that fell in love with one of the daughters of Cain, and she wound up ripping out his heart. It's like, oh, that's sweet. Will you give me your heart? And I said, of course I'll give you my heart. I will love you forever. And he rips out her heart. She asked, she was polite about it, right? But what people see is that they see these art performers doing acrobatics and stuff like that because they're like gymnasts. They do incredible flips and spins and stuff like that, right? So they don't really show their wicked side unless you mess with them. Once you mess with them, you're losing fingers and it'll just like, you won't even realize they're gone. Yeah. Daughters of Cain are like that. Speaking about not living very long, we're going to transition to the death factions. But before you do, I'm going to wet my whistle with some root beer that I have over here. It's all the way over there. Pardon me, I'm wetting my whistle. I do like root beer. It's diet, don't worry, I have diabetes. I have way too many armies. I buy too many minis. All right, let's move on to death, which I have all of. I have armies in every faction of death. Why do I do this to myself? Because I love death. Oh my gosh, I love the Grand Order of Death. I love the aesthetic of all of them. So we're going to start off with Soulblight Gravelords. That's right. The vampires are amazing. Now, some people don't like the werewolf vampires, which is kind of weird. And I get it. I do get it, but you can only push the bat theme so far, right? So they had to branch out, which I think is great. Having Neferata lead these, and I do have Neferata, I have all the Mortarks. Having Neferata lead these, or you have, what's that other dude? The bald guy. It'll come to me. But one of those two Mortarks, you want to lead these this army here. And the Soulblight Gravelords, if you appreciate the classic fantasy and attrition, this is an attrition army, and you like reoccursion, board control, wearing your opponent down, you probably enjoy seeing your opponent's face when units you already killed come right back and was like, deal with them back, deal with them again. Your catchphrase would be, you wiped them? They'll be back. You're not even worried about it. They'll be back, which is really, really cool. I really like that new board dry model. It's pretty cool. I do have the old one. I do have him riding a zombie dragon. So I don't know if I'm going to get the new one. It's kind of pricey right now, and I have enough models. I really do have enough models. I really do have enough models. In fact, I think I might go to an addiction clinic because I think it's a serious problem at this point. Like, I think I've elevated to the point where it's becoming an issue. I'm not going into debt over it or anything like that. I have no credit card debt or anything like that. But still, I got to either sell some armies. Maybe I'll sell my Tau army. It's ginormous. But wait until I finish the Tau and stuff like that. I might give it up for 10 something. I don't know. 10K maybe. I don't know, something like that. It's ginormous. It is absolutely, it's obnoxious with choices. But yeah, and one of these days, once I finish the Taunar and then that plane, I think the Tiger Shark I didn't get the Manta. I don't like the Manta. I mean, I know it's a pizza box, but I don't like it. That's just me. All right. In any case, we have next up the Bony Boys. What am I talking about? The Ossiarch Bone Reapers, of course. And yes, I have plenty of these guys. Their aesthetic goes from to okay. They look pretty good. Wolf Brother Mythos says, same. The addiction is, it really is. I think I'm going to go to a counselor or something like that because I have 2 closets full. Like a hoarder closets full. When you know, but It's redonkulous, and I don't know if I'm so happy about that. My wife says she likes it, and she's like, it's fine if it makes you happy, but I'm like, even I can say it's really overtaking. So I don't know if I'm going to buy any new things. I'm going to take a break from that and just like paint like I never painted before, and just knock out series after series and do big projects like that. You know, I used to do just one box or one unit, but now I'm going to do like full armies, like go, try to get them done, and get them done to a good quality, and paint every miniature to increase at least one skill, because I want to get better, and I would like to win a golden demon one day. I mean, for all my efforts that I'm putting into that, like every time I paint, I want to get it improved, and I'm putting out so much effort. It would be really, really nice if my skills improve to the point where I become and transcend to the level where I'm very competitive in Golden Demon, right? So that would be great. And one day I'll get there. Because it's going to take time. Ossiarch Bone Reapers. You can't sell the Tau. It belongs to Mrs. TMP now. Oh, that's right. That's right. She plays the Tau. Hopefully she's not watching. I think she's busy with schoolwork. She's a teacher like me. Shh, don't tell her. It's between us. Just me, you, and the rest of the internet. Secret safe. Yeah, you're right. I shouldn't sell the Tau. Tau is there in case somebody beats me relentlessly and beats my wolves so many times that I can't even do that. I'll bring my Tau in once, wipe them clean on turn 2, and then go home. And then be like, okay, I mean, you won 26 games. I'm going to have this one. Just this one. That's it. That's what that is. In any case, Ossiarch Bone Reapers. You like order, efficiency, and inevitability. That's what it is. You want a structure. You want things to work without any flim flam or extra things, like I don't need to wait for this to go off and then this to go off, and then I meet over here and then that will go off, and then all 3 of them will do massive damage, right? No, you're just like, I hit the thing, it go down, it go boom. Yeah, there it is. Very, very good. You enjoy armies that do exactly what they're designed to do. Probably like clear rules, disciplined play, and winning through consistency rather than flashy moments. That is you. So Ossiarch Bone Reapers. And they do look like they play like a dream. Like they do. And maybe I should paint up some bone or find a really quick way to get really great results. I'm going to have to ask Trevarian. Maybe he has some ideas. I don't know. Somebody who... Yeah, no, Trevarian definitely do Ossiarch Bone Reaper as well. Probably give me something quick that I can do. Probably Grimdarkish. He's into that. His Grimdark, that is. Maybe. Okay, so catchphrase for the Ossiarch Bone Reapers. I spend my points wisely. Everything has a purpose. Everything has a plan. Okay. And next up, which are actually a mess in the meta, are the Night Haunt. Yes, the ghosts. My wife loves this army. She looked at all the boxes that I had, and she's like, oh. Plus she likes to play this faction in Warhammer Underworld. So yeah, it translates really well. There's something about going through buildings, going through any obscuring details, going through your players, and as you go through, you do damage. You don't even have to hit. You going just going right through. You're incorporeal, right? That means that you don't have a physical form, so you just go right through things. As long as you don't end up, on top of the model, you're good to go. And that does a lot of damage to go through. Then it's a pretty neat aesthetic. So Night Haunt is fun, and let's see. I took notes. You enjoy movement tricks and emotional damage. That's right. Emotional damage. That's right. You like ignoring normal rules and watching your opponent struggle to respond. Well, if you do this, you can't charge, or you can't do that. And you're like, really? Watch me. Look at my passive. You probably enjoy armies that feel unfair, but in a fun way. Like, you can't do your thing. You planned for something that you cannot do. You're going to have to rechange all your plans to fight me on the fly. Good luck. And your catchphrase is, you just can't stop them. You can't pin them down. They'll go right through you. You can't corner them. Nope. They're just ever coming closer. That's right, Wolf Brother Mythos. Emotional damage. Right? There it is. But the aesthetic is cool. And the thing that I like the most, I think this is, if not the easiest, I think this is the easiest army to paint in all of Games Workshop, period. It's super easy. Like, you could just airbrush. You can paint them white, airbrush a teal, right? Maybe airbrush some Drakenhof Nightshade on top, and just paint the details. That's it. That's all you have to do. Is a 4-step process. That's it. You know, then it's all like, and most of the details, it's not really, it's like, we're talking about base red, very desaturated red, maybe a highlight color if you're doing the edge highlights and stuff like that. It's not much. It'll paint pretty quickly. Once I start painting that army, I'm going to blow through it, especially because I have 2 coaches. What am I going to do with 2 coaches? I don't know. Put one on either edge of the board and have them crisscross right in the middle. Board control. All right. Now for my wife's army, which I love very dearly because it's my first AOS army. The Flesh Eater Courts. That's right. That's a Volkov Courtier, which I'm glad they got a new model for, but I don't think this model is a great model. They should have included some wings or something. I don't know. It's meh. That's what it is. The one for Warhammer Quest, something city. It looks better, you know, but this is the way it is, right? Volkov Courtier, if you don't know, is a friggin' beast. Right? You add all these bonus things to him, you send them in the middle of combat, and he just wrecks face. He's a wrecking ball, is what he is. You know, it's like a smash captain, just coming in and just wiping things out. Flesh Eater Courts. I still have a lot to paint for them. I got the new Arby box. I got Ulsteron. I got a couple of things that I need to paint for them. And I have a ginormous army already, but I still have more things to paint for Flesh Eater Courts. If you enjoy dark humor and commit to the bit of the dark humor, like you're okay with them being cannibals and thinking they're knights and they're whimsical, and at the same time they're nasty, disgusting, gross, and as you can see, they're not right in the head, literally, because this is the Court of Delusion. You love the contrast between normal delusion and horrifying reality. You probably lean fully into the narrative play and enjoy armies that are equal parts tragic and ridiculous. And because that is so me, I had to write it that way, right? So yeah, you lean in. I lean into the narrative hard when I play Flesh Eater. When I played Flesh Eater Courts for Nova Open, yeah, I leaned into the delusion pretty hard. And the catchphrase is, I say either this for Bretonia, because it's rumored to say these are Bretonians. These are Bretonians that got lost to the hunger during the Age of Chaos. They had nothing else to do, and they started eating themselves, and that's when the Flesh Eater Courts came in there, and it's like, well, I mean, you already committed the cardinal sin. Why don't you have a feast with me? And what you see is a turkey, and you're starving. You're starving to the point that you started eating your own people, but you see a feast. Oh man, you run to it. And the second you take a bite, you're part of that delusion. And you start thinking that you're a knight or a vassal or somebody working the field and stuff like that. And then the enemies are trying to come in and take over your realm. So you come in and you attack them when you actually the monsters attacking regular people. You know, really cool stuff. Really cool stuff. All right. And that is it for Death. I have armies for each faction of Death. Just as a recap, if you're just joining me right now, Death, I'll just read the catchphrases. Soulblight Gravelords, they'll be back. Ossiarch Bone Reapers, I spend my points wisely. And then, of course, Night Haunt is you can't stop them. Finally, Flesh Eater Course says they think they are knights. There it is. Pretty cool stuff. Okay, let's talk chaos. I'm going to start off with the Slaves to Darkness, which I have a very formidable force of Slave to Darkness. I do like Archeon the Everchosen. Like that model is gorgeous. And I'm still intimidated to paint it. But I picked it up several years ago. And it's still there. It's still there. I don't know when I'm going to work on my Slaves to Darkness army. And I have the Dark Oath. I do that, but I include that to Slaves to Darkness, right? So I do have a lot of Dark Oath as well. The aesthetic is kind of cool, you know? All right, Slaves to Darkness. You like adaptability and raw power. You enjoy building lists that can do a bit of everything because they do have a very large model range, so you have choices. Like, you know, sort of like the Chaos Space Marines. You got choices there, right? You probably enjoy experimenting with marks, heroes, and synergies, and just playing around and seeing what things do. You like feeling dangerous no matter the matchup. And your catchphrase is, "Oh, you did this? Well, I got an answer for that." No problem, because you just are so diverse when it comes to your abilities. So yes, Slaves to Darkness. That's right. They're pretty cool. And of course, let's have some cornflakes. That's right. We're talking about the Blades of Corn. You know what I'm going to say for their catchphrase. But here it is. This is straight up aggression. If you like the playstyle, you like charging, if you really enjoy charging into your enemy, right? This is the playstyle for you. If you like fighting and making your opponent react to things and having your opponent always be on the back foot, you probably prefer clear win with conditions and not overthinking things. All you have to do in this army to kill stuff is hit harder. That's it. Just hit harder. And of course, the corny flakes, the Blades of Corn over here. Also, I've never gotten into them. Has not been my Jimmy Jams or Flimmy Flams for some reason. The 40K version it does, but not this one for some reason. They kind of look like bulky, but too bulky, cartoonish bulky maybe. I think that's what it is. They're just a little cartoonish. And for me, I don't know about that. And of course, their catchphrase is blood for the blood gods, skulls for the skull throne. That's it right there. The Blades of Corn. I think this guy in the front is kind of new. I like him. He looks gestury, and I do like gestures. Yes, I like Harlequins. All right, so next up we have, of course, the Disciples of Tzeentch. Tzeentch. In other words, the Zangor army. The Zangor army with other things. You like your Zangors. I love their Zangors, let me tell you. All right. Disciples of Tzeentch, if you like painting tool. You know, some people said to me that my Space Wolves look Tzeentchian. And, well, my Tzeentch are actually Sotek green. It's a blue-green. It's a totally different color when I paint Tzeentch. In fact, I have T-Suns on my bases for my Space Wolves, and you could see the color difference. It is night and day. Like, it's a totally different color. So maybe, but no. So you play this army if you enjoy manipulation and long-term planning. This is a planning army. If this, then that would happen. If you like magic, dice manipulation, and frustrating the bejewelers out of your opponent. Because every time they think they're going to do something, you stop them in their tracks. And you do something that hinders their condition, and they can't do the thing that they want to do, or they can't let their army do the thing that they need to do to be able to, you know, really start the momentum. They stop momentum, is what they do. You probably enjoy watching carefully laid plans unfold while your opponent slowly realizes what's happening, and before you know it, they're trapped. That's your thing. And your best thing is when you roll and your catchphrase is, well, no, that die actually changes. That's a 6 now. Well, not that one too. That's a 6. Is that? Nope, that's a 6. Yeah, so I actually do hit. So, yeah, that's a Zinjan army for you. Next up, let's talk about the Magakin. Nope, that's not the Magakin. Hedonists of Slaanesh. I do not like their infantries, the girls with the claws, like the demonettes. No, I can't do lobster people with half boob. I don't know, showing. But I do like this miniature right here, this golden guy. I forgot his name. He looks fabulous. He looks really cool. And that ideal perfection. He's the only one, I think, out of the entire army that looks like really shiny, like really epic. I think that's it. I would probably just paint him. But yes, Hedonists of Slaanesh. If you like your playstyle to be saucy, and you like to have a little going on, then Hedonists of Slaanesh might be your thing. Or if you're completely gross, let's talk Magakin of Nurgle. That's right. Festus, or fastidious for the rest of us. I don't know. Festus, I'm not a fan of what they did with the Blight Kings. They made them into a solitary unit, and the old Blight Kings, I have so many of them. The good thing about AOS people is that you use an old model, they don't care. They don't care. Whatever, dude. It doesn't matter. You know, WYSIWYG? Yeah, whatever. It doesn't matter. What are they playing as? Oh, they're Night Titans? No, I don't think so. They don't have a base for it. But, yeah, well, those are Blight Kings? No problem. Those are the old Blight Kings? No problem. I don't care. Whatever. You know. It's like, it's refreshing because you go into AOS country and you leave the 40K country where it's like, oh, you have the old models. Well, those models are in Legend right now, so you really can't use them as Blood Claws, and they're Blood Claws, right? Who cares? If you have to change a base, you change the base, right? Wouldn't that be refreshing? That's the AOS side of things. They're like, whatever, we're chill. In any case, I love me some Magakin of Nurgle. I have so many things. So many disgusting little things that I would spend 3 years painting at the very least. But I'm not starting that. Well, Brother Mitsu says, oof, I'm sorry. More unit loss. Right? Magakin of Nurgle. If you play Magakin of Nurgle, you probably are patient and very resilient. You enjoy slow inevitability and watching your opponent struggle against your durability. You probably don't mind losing models as long as you're winning the war of attrition and eventually win in the end. Your catchphrase for Magakin of Nurgle? They don't die. They just don't die. All right. Wolf Brother Mythos has a question over here, and I'm going to have to bring up the chat in its own chat box because I can't read it off of here. Okay, here it is. Wolf Brother Mythos says, question. With all the units that disappeared from codexes last year, a lot of people called it the addition of loss. Do you think we'll see another set of mass loses going into 11th this year? Or do you think the great culling has appeased the gods of sacrifice for now? Oh, no. What I think wholeheartedly, this is what I really think. It is my prediction. You can call it now, and I will say it again, possibly in another show with predictions. But I'm going to call it now for you diehard fans who are actually watching or catching this afterwards. I think Porto Rabo is going to come back. I think that Legion is going to come back. And being Warpsmiths, I think they're going to have an answer for Primaris. So what I think is that all the Chaos units we have now are going to get Primaris sized. And the same thing that happened to all of our lovely units, the big culling, is going to happen on a larger scale. Why? Because the people will buy it. And that's like a cash cow. Like if you were a company looking to make money, wouldn't you? I mean, is it fair for the people who spent a whole bunch of time to put that? You don't have to do display modeling when you're painting. I just choose to and make it, I enjoy the torture. But I think the culling is going to persist. But I think it's going to hit chaos next. I think the pendulum is going to swing and really hit chaos next. I also think, Custodes, is coming. I mean, with all the excitement for the Custodes in 30K, it's a natural shoo-in that they're going to replace the models that they have currently with larger models. Because let's be honest, they do look a little squat. And that being said, I do have a decent amount of Custodes, which I'm probably going to paint lovingly and not care. But I might, just for giggles and to see what would happen in the community when I really tee people off, swap the heads for female heads, get third-party heads, and just make everybody lose their minds. Everybody be unhelmeted. What do you think? Or maybe a couple of helmets, because I like variation. But I think, you know what? The female Stormcast Eternal heads, they look good. They look really good. And I'm going to put them on the older edition of the Custodes. I'm a rebel rouser like that. So do I think the great culling is over? No, not if the business wants to stay in business. Because all the major chaos players, unless they're new chaos players coming in, and if they're not new chaos players coming in, not really to really overthrow. If things are selling really, really well, then they won't, because it doesn't make sense for them to do so. But if there's a dip in sales, then what better way to make money than to revamp and refresh the entire range and then make everybody who owns the things that they have do what we did for the Space Wolves. Rebuy everything. Because they got your money once. Who's to say they're not going to go ahead? And you know what? I'll tell you this much. When everything is refreshed and redone, they're going to do it again, possibly to an even bigger size. Why? Because their company has to stay relevant with miniatures, and they have to sell things if they want to stay in business. And if they want to become mainstream, they have to stay in business, right? So nobody's saying in your games at home that you have to change your models. Nobody's saying at your games at home that you have to constantly play the current edition. Now, if you play in the local gaming store whose business it is to sell you things, then of course they're going to encourage you to do that. But if you have a buddy that you can play at home with, nobody cares. Just have fun. Drink some root beer, Well, Brother Hoppy says, I am totally putting ladies in my Custodes. I already made my Blade Champion a lady. She's Devora Valen. I like that. The Blade Mistress and Champion to my Sapphire Guardians chapter of Custodes. That's amazing. That is amazing. Yes, you and I are definitely on the same page with that. But yeah. I mean, either that or I sell my Custodes straight out. I have a Battle Force box and 2 Star Collecting boxes. So I have those. Well, not Star Collecting. They're Combat Patrollers thing. Yeah, that's what it is. I don't know, one or the other. I have a lot of bikes. But I am the plastic tanks. They look gorgeous. And the dreadnoughts also look gorgeous. But am I going to buy it? No. Why? Well, I'll tell you this much. When they came out in 30K, right? What was it that they came out with and then they said it's for 40K and then people bought it for 40K and then it's no longer usable in 40K? What was it? There was a couple of things. They came out in 30K and it was like, oh yeah, that's right. Okay, the dreadnoughts, right? The siege dreadnoughts and all that other stuff that we had, like the one that I painted that you have. And yeah, they came out with plastic kits and I was like foaming at the bits. I was like, oh my gosh, I can build another one really easy. And then it's like, nope, that's a 30K thing. They might do that. They might do that with the tank of the Custodes. Like they'll be like, nope, that's a 30K thing now. And then we could buy all those tanks for 30K and then I have nothing to do with it. But I do tell you, if I am going to start a 30K army, I think it would be Custodes. I mean, I think that would be it. But I barely know how to play 40K and AOS, so me learning another system just does not make sense. My brain does not have enough capacity for teaching and doing all that. Yes, the Kratos tank looks gorgeous. I just hope that they don't get rid of it. And I'm like a little leery, about 30K stuff fitting into 40K. They say if they have rules for it, then you can switch them over. But in the new edition, who knows if those rules are going to switch over to 11th Ed. Sure, you can use them now, but I'm a very long-term thinker. I want to get as much play time with the money that I spend, if that makes sense, Wolf Brother Hobby says, I hope not. It's the only reliable anti-tank for Custodes. No, I'm just saying they would come up with a different one, like for 40K. A 40K specific one that does a very similar job, but just has more of a 40K aesthetic, I think. Maybe, I don't know, some not Warpsmith. What am I thinking? Something on Mars. I don't know. Some technology happens that they remake them. I mean, it would make total sense for them to produce. And again, they've done it with the Dreadnoughts. They've done it with the Leviathan Dreadnought, right? They put it up there and like, we got a plastic version of this and you can use it in 40K because currently the rules support it. And then the next edition came and like, well, we're getting rid of that. And I'm like, oh, no, which is exactly what I don't want. Wait, I think I have somebody who's going to do a Space Wolf howl. If that's okay. All right. When I say Space Wolves. All right, this is one for you Space Wolves fans out there. Space Wolves! I'll try that again. Space Wolves! All right, enough. Thank you so much. Oh my goodness. Anyway, yes, you say you hope not. I hope not either. Like I want people to get the money's worth, gameplay wise. For me, painting is getting my money's worth, because I am going to start playing more often, I guess. It's just time. Time is rough. Time is rough because I have a very long commute now, so it takes away time on a daily basis for me to paint and do stuff like that. And the thing that suffered the most is having playtime. That's what suffered the most because of this. So I want my units to last. That is, yeah. Well, thank you. That's my daughter. She loves the wolves. I don't know. Maybe I'll train her to play some 40K with me. She does look interested, so we'll see. She is reading Space Wolves with me. I don't know if that's the best book to read. I mean, I guess it could be worse. I could bust out Fabius Bile. It's like, hey, let's read about Fabius Bill. All right. Anyway, from Mega Kit of Nurgle, which the model ranges look absolutely exceptional. And I do have that Dark Water box set that has a lot of these models. And it looks fantastic. I need to learn how to paint pustules really well. And Mortarion. Mortarion has been sitting in my closet for so long. Not as long as Nagash, because Nagash is like one of my first models that I ever did over 10 years ago when I started the hobby again. Maybe 11 years ago. I don't know. And I bought. And for 11 years, I have not painted that model. That's how bad that is. In any case, let's move on to my Skavens. I love their new models, but I painted a whole bunch of older models, which is fine. It doesn't bother me. Again, it's AOS. People are very like, whatever, dude. We don't have to whizzy. They're like a lot more relaxed about that. But the new kits are absolutely fabulous. I do have Skaventide, which I do need to paint up. And I do want to flesh out a little bit more of the rats. I did paint them up for a singular reason. I painted my Skaven for my D&D campaign. What I wanted to do is I had this Lanthroscope. I can never say that. Like Lanthroscope. like werewolf, but it turns into like a ferret and then the other one. And there was a lot of people that got bitten by the rat disease and they became rats. They became Skaven-ish. They were just, rat laparoscopes. And the one person in there, he was trying to take over the town because, like the Skaven do, they have the bell ringing. But the bell, in fact, would convert people into rats. And for every bell the unit had, and they're hidden within the army, right? You had to snipe out the units that had bell, not units, characters, because this is D&D, right? They had to snipe out the ones that had bells in order to stop the plague. It was pretty cool. But yeah, it was fantastical. And I enjoyed painting the rats. They painted pretty quickly. I was on a roll. I was doing 3 per session, 3 a day. Easily, in not a long time. So it was pretty speed painted, pretty fast to paint up these rats. And sometimes when you say paint every miniature to increase one skill, sometimes I want to increase my speed painting muscle. Like that's a thing too that I want to increase, right? That's not everything I do takes longer to do. Like I actually do some things too. But yeah, that's my take on 40K. I think as a business, it would make sense for them to refresh the entire line and then start all over again and refresh the entire line again and make it bigger. I don't think anything is safe, and I think that's part of the hobby. The hobby is not really encouraging you to own multiple armies. The hobby, I think, is really encouraging you to own 1 or 2 armies, maybe 3 if you're pushing it, because their release rates are absolutely insane and you don't actually have enough time to paint it, especially if you want to collect all the armies. Like basically I did. Most of the armies I own and I have a significant force in. And I think it was ridiculous. I think it was a mistake, to be honest with you. I mean, it's a nice mistake because I have a lot of nice things, but still, I think I went a little too far. All right, so let's talk about Skaven. You embrace chaos. You are one with it. It is maddening. In every sense of the word, chaos is yours. Okay. You enjoy randomness because before you know it, units could die because they killed each other off, or things exploded and they kamikazed it. Huge swings and hilarious disaster is your flavor. Skaven is right up your alley. You probably laugh when things go horribly wrong because sometimes they'll go very right and just wipe everything, right? So either you're playing good or you're playing not. It just depends. You can't really reliably do anything with the Skaven. You just throw units at a place and hope for the best sometimes and just go with it. If you die, you die. If not, you're not. Good game. Have some pretzels. The catchphrase for this one, I thought about this one for a while. This might explode. Because you never know. All right. Unfortunately, the Beast of Chaos was removed. I mean, not for me. Some people really do enjoy Beast of Chaos. I never did. So I'm like, okay, big whoop. I don't think they had the sales numbers. And they put the Beast of Chaos into Warhammer Old World. So it was removed from AOS. But that doesn't mean that something didn't replace them. And what really replaced the Beast of Chaos was the Helmsmiths of Hashut. Let's talk about them right there. The Bully Boys. If you enjoy the evil industrialist aesthetic, this might be your calling. If you like to have a big old bull, what are those bulls in D&D? Man, and they fought one too. The metal bulls in D&D. I forgot what it was. It'll come to me. But yeah, this would have been cool to include on the gaming table, but that's centerpiece. That being said, you value strategy over the numbers. You don't have many units, so they're pretty elite, and you got to do things with them. And in order to do things, you got to be really strategic about where you place things and what you do and when you do them. Because once you lose, I guess it's like the Custodes, right? That each one is a powerhouse, but if you lose one, it is devastating to your army, right? Same thing over here. If you lose one, then it's really going to mess with your army's power, Your power level will not be over 9,000. Okay, so you love admin and resource management. With playing this army, you have demonic power points that you got to keep track of, and desolation tokens that you have to keep track of. You're keeping track. You're keeping track of things is what you're doing in this army. Resource management, right? I'm going to take a little bit of this and a little bit of that in order to create this effect that's going to happen to your army and stop you, and now I'm going to fight first, or something like that, right? You appreciate complex evil lore. It's kind of tricky there. You enjoy being the anti-meta being and the spoiler to opponents who rely on environmental buffs, because you can destroy things. You can destroy features on the board. You just destroy them, right? So if you have an elemental thing, let's say if you have elemental buffs in your Seraphon, right? I'm not Seraphon, your Sylvaneth, right? And you have the woods, right? They could just rip the woods right out. If you're done. You're done, right? And now what you're going to do? Summon circle this, right? So that's really tough. So if you like to really, really watch your opponents suffer when all their plans come collapsing down because like, I'm going to teleport you. No, you're not. You're just not. You're just not. I shut you down. So the spoiler to opponents, and you want to make people cry. There it is. And the catchphrase is, Hashud always takes his due. He always does. Poundful of flesh. All right, and there it is with chaos. I mean, yeah, we got the chaos. Yeah. That leaves us with destruction. And there's not too much with destruction, but that seems to be where we need to head it. So starting off with destruction, let's go into the Auroch War Clans, which are divided right down the middle. One of the weirdest AOS factions, in my opinion, to have. I like the yellow boys on the right. Is it your right? It's my right. Maybe it's on your left. I'm not sure. I think it's to your right. I like the yellow boys. Now, I do have a significant force on both of them. I had to get the little Auroch pig riders. Oh my God, I had to. I actually bought the Old Star collecting box because it had 3 of them, right? And I got it for $75. And if you bought just those 3 pigs on riders, it's already $89. I think it was like $89 on the store. I bought the entire box for less than the unit, and I got the unit in the box. So I was like, gotta do that, right? Plus I like, orcs. I think they're fun. I think these kinds of orcs are fun. I think that would be great. They work in D&D too. Yeah, a couple of these guys coming in. But I do have the other orcs as well. I mean, they're okay. Oh, yeah, thank you. Iron Jaws are to the right. That's right. I do love the Iron Jaws. I am. But this is the duality of Gork and Mork, I think, where Gork is the Iron Jaws and Mork is the Auroch War Clans. I think that's what it is. I think that's what it actually represents in the game, which kind of makes sense that they're 2 now. Now that I'm putting it in perspective like that, that is. So there is definitely that. But yeah, I can't wait to paint those things up. Yeah, wasn't it a deal? I know. I keep saying that, but then I look at my collection and I'm like, when am I going to find time to paint all this? Like, or not just paint it. When am I going to find time to play it after I paint it? Like, oh my gosh. All right, let's talk about the Auroch War Clans, the divided nation of Gork and Mork. All right, if you like momentum and simplicity, if you enjoy smashing things and moving forward, stomping on their faces, you probably value fun over finesse and believe the best plan is often the loudest one. You get? That is the one. That is Auroch War Clans. They're in your face. Now, you can play Monster Mash with them, and I'll tell you, the Swamp Auroch War Clans, they have some nice monsters. The Iron Jaws, they have the Cabbage of Doom. They do. And they have their War Boss, which is okay, but when it comes to large monsters, I have to hand it to the Swamp Boys. Swamp Boys are pretty cool when it comes, and I have that big vulture thing. that's hanging on there. I got that. I think I got a Battle Force box that had 3 minis, and they're all giant. So that I got that. That was really cool. So, and of course I have the starter box, right, for these guys. Actually, I think I definitely have the starter box. It was one of the poorest selling starter box Games Workshop ever put out. It is. Nobody liked the Swamp People. They were like totally adamantly against them. They're like, what's wrong with our iron drawers? Why are you messing with my iron drawers? Very few people bought it. Now, they are rewarding to play because they do have great rules. I did play against them in the Nova Open, and they're pretty smashy. So, I mean, they're cool, but a lot of people did not like them for that. I don't mind. I don't mind at all. It started with a D, Destruction. I forgot the name of the box set, but it was a red box set, Stormcast Eternal. People did not like that because that is the same token that you're getting rid of the older Stormcast. You're also forcing a different Orarch that nobody asked for in the same box sets. Dominion, that's what it was. It was Dominion box sets. I love that Cabbage Dragon, don't you? I got to paint one in my life. If I can paint just one in my life, I think I would be happy. Just to do it. Just to do it. I should call Ethan. I think he has some. Ian. I think he has 30 of them, if I know that. That and Night Titans. I think he has like 40 or 50. Who needs that many Night Titans? I don't know. But, he loves the Night Titans. That being said, let's get into the Gloomspite Gits. I am proud I own this army because this looks like so much fun. I was thinking about painting all of them like, the clownfishes, but I don't know. I don't know if I'm going to do that. Maybe I just paint them all as different fishes. And then, of course, the idea comes from that one that looks like the great white shark, So maybe I'll paint them all of like different kind of tropical fishes or something like that. I think it'd be kind of cool. And the cool thing about that is that I have a reference. Like I could just look at the picture of the fish and then just try to recreate it, which I can do. The patterns and stuff like that. The thing about nature is some of those patterns that you see on some of these fishes are very well defined, especially saltwater fishes, and they're very vibrant, which I really, really love. So it's just pushing the pigment, knowing where the highlight is shimmering off the scales, and then hitting the top sides of things with those highlights. And then extreme highlights, just booping here and there. Boop, boop, little dots, little shiny dots. So it looks like it's glistening. And you put instead of doing matte varnish, you could put satin varnish on there, especially if you have something that's slimy. Definitely, might even get away with glossy, but I don't know. I could never do glossy. I don't know. It's not my aesthetic. It does have to offer the most protection though, but still. All right. Gloomspite Gifts loves these guys. If you love chaos and personality, because these things have a lot of personality, you eat some shrooms, you get whoop-de-dooed, and you go out for a fight. They're all tripping. And oh my gosh, if you see it's not Lollapalooza, it's Gallapalooza or something like that. And their eyes are like doing circles. They're like, you can tell they're on something, that's so weird. And I think it's so much fun. So if you're playing this army, you'll probably laugh more than most of the players, especially when things go wrong, because you expect them to go wrong. You don't really expect to win, I think. I think you're just going into the game to try some really crazy stuff on the battlefield and let everybody in the battlefield say, what? Wait, what? What? But you died too. I'm like, yeah, I don't care, but you're dead. I got the objective. Too bad. I think that's fun. Gloomspite Gits. I love the aesthetic, and I'm looking forward to painting this army. All right, let's get into the Sons of Behemat. The Sons of Behemat. I don't think they did the Ogre Moor tribes. Well, that's kind of tied in. You have some of the Ogre Moor tribes into the Sons of Behemat because we have some of the Gargants right there and everything else. And yeah. So, and I do have Ogre Moor tribes. So let's talk about Moor tribes and the Sons of Behemat together. I'm sorry, I don't have a picture for the Moor tribes. I don't know what happened to it. But yeah, there it is. Forgive me, please. Ogre More Tribes. You like directness and impact. You like elite units, big damage, decisive moments, and you probably prefer shorter games than dramatic turns. Your catchphrases, they hit hard. How do you play Ogre More Tribes? Always be charging. ABC, always be charging. That's all you need to do is get them into combat. Because once they're in the combat, very few things are going to survive it. No. So, yeah. And I think that's the same for the Sons of Behemat. They have very similar play style. But the thing about the Sons of Behemat takes the Ogre More Tribes and just dials it up to 11, being that you like the spectacle of things. We're talking about an army that's going to cost you at least $1,000 to play. At least. But you know what? In the scheme of things, you have less models. You're not going to have to stress out about so many rules. It's like playing Knights. Like either you're going to win or you're going to wreck somebody's face. One or the other. You're really not that close of a game. Either they're going to take you down or they're not. And I think that's the same playstyle as Sons of Behemat. But the thing about Sons of Behemat, paying $200 per unit. I'm going to be honest with you. You can 3D print all this stuff. You could. I mean, don't go to a Warhammer store, obviously. But you can print giants. Like, that's an aesthetic that has been around longer than Warhammer and GW, right? The giants. Like, they were in Lord of the Rings, and that's, ogres and giants and stuff like that. They were in D&D in 1974. Ogres and giants. Like, they've been around for a while. You don't have to paint, you don't have to print out these giants, but you can just print out giants. Like you have frost giants and all kinds of giants that you can pick out from other aesthetics and easily just put them on the board and say, oh, wait, this guy's running as this guy. Or you can even put it on the nameplate. You could put a nameplate on the rim and saying exactly who the player you intended to be is. Like that would work. Or you can just spend $1,000 something and build yourself a more. So it's up to you, one or the other. But honestly, I would rather a new hunting rifle than a whole bunch of Sons of Behemat models. Let's be honest. Or a new optic lens. Yeah, those things are expensive. I saw one that was $8,000, and I just saw a BMG 50 cal. That's really calling my name because I want to be able to penetrate a tank. Go through an engine block, You never know. You never know. Things in the country is going wild. Maybe I'll sell my Warhammer and I'll get myself a 50 cal. Anyway, that being said, doing a lot of research lately. Started liking the bolt actions. Anyway, Sons of Behemat, you like spectacle. You enjoy being the center of attention and watching your opponents problem solve in real time because holy snap, what are you going to do when one of these things are in your faces? You probably don't mind losing as long as it was cinematic. It does not matter. And your catchphrase is, oh yeah. So I did all that damage and that's just one model. Next dude comes in. There it is. And that is for AOS. There it is. For AOS. Now I do have notes that I'm collecting for to do a 40K version of this. Like if you play this is more who you are and what you like to do. So yeah, this is just a really fun episode that I wanted to talk about. What armies might be for you. And if you've ever thought about playing Age of Sigmar and you have a certain aesthetic, there it is. I always buy because I like the look of stuff, but don't follow my model. My model's probably a terrible model to follow. I got myself into trouble and now I'm trying to dig myself out. Not financially, just, it's too much. Even I admit it's too much. Okay, so there it goes. Now I think we're going to take a quick break and then I'm going to go down to the painting table. Now, what I've been doing in the last streams is painting my models up to the standard that I want to paint. And then I never showed you how I do decals. I never showed you how I do bases and plan all that out. So today I'm going to focus. I think the model that I have on the table, I didn't do any of the metallics. So what I'm going to do is going to show you, because before I put any metallics on there, you're going to want to varnish everything. So we're going to do a quick varnish. And I think that's what I'm going to do right now. I will take a quick break. I'll take a bio break, and then I'll go downstairs, and I think I might spray some dull coat on it. Just let that dry a little bit, and with the hairbrush, and then come back. This was pretty cool. I'm looking forward to your 40K version. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, I do have some notes on it, but I'm not completely there yet. Getting there, getting there, getting there. Yep. I'll even have a section, which I really want to do, like after you get your first box, what kind of box, general advice how to build after your Battle Force box, if you bought some Battle Force boxes and you don't know where to go. I think I'm going to do something like that as well for 40K. So yeah, because you all know I love my 40K, but I don't know. Do I own more 40K than AOS, or it's about the same? It's about the same. So there's that. All right, ladies and gentlemen, please, please, please hang on for a little bit. I'll probably be gone for 3 to 5 minutes, and I will be back. I will be back, and I also will be back. Or maybe I won't varnish it. Who knows? I tend to see with the little amount I actually handle my models, with the little amount I play with the models, they don't really get scuffed and scratched or anything like that, because, you know, there's that. Speaking of which, Mythos, I know you're planning to come by for the Nova Open, and that's great. That is fantastic. However, school starts the week of the Nova Open. Not to say that I'm not going to the Nova. I am going to the Nova Open. But if we wanted to get in like a game on my gaming table and stuff like that, I don't know how that's going to work out. Unless we leave the Nova Open a little earlier, you know, at night. But at night is kind of when you kind of hang out with people and stuff like that. You see, you know, like I'll see what Vince and Sam and whoever else comes. I don't know if I never really met the Ninjon yet, John Enos. I mean, I've seen him, but I never really been introduced. So I think maybe this year I'm going to talk to John Enos. I was like, hey, John, what's up? I think he's really cool. He's a really cool dude. Any case, that being said, I am going to take a short break, and then I'm going to be back, and I'm going to be painting up, and hopefully you grab your brushes and you paint those things as well. If you would be so inclined, do the things that make the dings. In other words, you know, all the YouTube things to get more participation, viewership, I don't know, algorithm stuff to grow the channel. If you want to grow the channel, if it stays the same, then it stays the same. And it's just the way it is. But if you're so inclined to do so, it would be amazing if you did. And if you did not, I just enjoy that you like spending time with me, which is amazing. All right. So I am Doll Parts, Dollhead. No, I am going to be right back. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to put on the music. Play. And then I am going to, let's see. All right. Wolf Brother, right on. I'll be hanging out with you if that's okay. So we can do whatever you want, my brother. Yeah, dude. Dude, I gotta, if you would like to come onto my show, I'd like to test some things out because I'd like to have more people onto the show, and my stream health is redonkulous. I used to have my daughter's uncle. Yeah, my daughter's uncle lived with us for a little while. And he used to work at home. So we got like the top internet, whatever the top is, the best thing, because he couldn't, you know, he worked from home. So it was on the internet. So we stick with that. So my stream health is redonkulous. And I can have like a whole gaggle of people on there without tripping up. So yeah, I would love to get you on here. And there's a way I can do it and send you a link that you're on OBS, but I have to figure that out if you want to be on the show. I can figure out how to do that. We could do it together if you're interested. All right. But that being said, rock on, grab your brushes, get your paintings ready, and I will be right back. Let's get the music playing first. Okay, here we go. Oh yeah, that's right. Let's go. Let's go. Transition. Be right back. Whoosh. Alrighty. There it is. I did try to do something new with the blade by painting them red. Fun stuff. Alrighty, there I am. There I am. Here I shall be. What's up, y'all? Okay. Hopefully this comes out well and you can see me well. I'm trying to position the cameras as good as I possibly can. I think it'll come out well, especially since I do like to paint a lot. Okay, so let's see. Let's see if I can find this. My videos, and I can get the chat this way. Let's try that again. Live. I need to, ooh, nice, 23 views. 1 like. No, I shouldn't go there. I should just be over here and go home. And go. That's it. Okay. Alrighty. Should be good. And I should be able to look at the chat very soon. Should I put it up there or down here? Maybe I should put it down here so I can see it. Nice. Or maybe I should put it right behind the camera so it looks like I'm looking at the things you have to deal with as a streamer. You got to think of what best looks like. Okay, skip that. All right, we're pretty good. We're pretty good. We are back and on track. So here we go. Oh goodness. And this, nice. I have a decal sitting here. That I put on before and I didn't know. Can I put it on this leg? I can. I should just put that decal on. No. Did I do the edge highlighting? No, I didn't do the edge highlighting. So you got to see that. And then, of course, the gold. Okay. So here I have it. Some stuff down here. I'm going to finish this model. And then we're going to talk about bases. And we're going to do that too. It's going to be pretty amazing. This is a helmeted guy. So it's pretty cool. All right. So let's get started. First thing is first, let's get the right brush for the right job. What are we going to do here? We are going to do some edge highlighting. We're going to start off with that. Here I'm getting my really messed up Raphael. See that? It's pretty bad. But once I get it nice and wet, it has a belly. It just doesn't have a tip anymore, which is fine because what I do is like I use the side of the brush instead of the tip of the brush for most of my edge highlighting. But I've gotten to the point where I can actually do the tip of the brush now and do some freehanding with it. So it's pretty good. And yeah, pretty cool. Oh, I'm not seeing something. What am I doing here? Yeah, here we go. Oh, you get to see my shiny head. Oh my goodness. I don't know if the camera position is there. I'm playing around with camera positions again and again and again and again in order to get the best camera position, but I don't know if this is the best one. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to just lift this up just a little bit and maybe I can get this a little more. That would be kind of cool. So you can see me. I just don't want you to see my bald head for so much. Crazy. Okay. So, be nice if I saw the chat. Can I see the chat, please? Okay. Oh, cool. Thank you. Of course, whenever you want. Oh, that's cool. Maybe I'll have you part of my live stream for the next one. It would be kind of cool. All right, so here I wanted to include a little bit more of the brush, the palette, so you can see what I'm doing over here. First thing I'm going to do is I'm going to take a light blue, and the first light blue that I see on here is going to be this, because it's edge highlighting, and really I don't care, because I could always go whiter, I could always go brighter. It does not matter. What I'm going to do is shake it up, shake it up, shake it up. For legends in the chat and watching this video, possibly painting with me. If you guys would like me to commission an army, let me know, because I am down for commissioning. If you're interested, we'll talk pricing and stuff like that. But my usual pricing thing is right now, I don't know. I think I'm going to do twice whatever the box is. I think that's going to be fair for everybody. So double the retail price of a box, and that would be my painting fee. I think that's a good flat rate. I will have to stop painting everything in order to paint your miniature, but there it is. Look at this. I'm edge highlighting things, and I'm not even focused very much. I really hope you don't see too much of my bald head. It is pretty shiny today. I love edge highlighting, and let me tell you, I never liked edge highlighting, but since I've been edge highlighting for 10 years, more or less in some capacity, now I'm doing it a lot more than I've ever done. I've gotten good at it. So I like things I've gotten good at that I wasn't always good at. It makes me feel good that I improved something. I made some progress. The one thing I did not add right now, oh, here it is. There it is. It's a slow dry. I want to extend the dry time of my edge highlighting brush simply because it dries way too quickly. When I'm edge highlighting, I want to edge highlight it more. So I put some slow dry in there, and it really does a great job of extending the time. What else? So it doesn't dry off, and I don't have to go to the palette as much. But yeah, edge highlighting, it really makes a difference. I never knew how much it made a difference till I did it. And then it looked amazing, and I was like, okay, I was missing out. I was afraid of something, and I didn't do it. But, you know, I always say, paint bravely, right? Paint bravely. Overcome your fears, and just do it, because you can't get better at something you're not practicing. And I want to keep getting better. I don't know why. I don't know why. What's my goal? I really don't know what I'm going to do if I win a golden demon. Like, might quit the hobby. Because, like, I did the thing I came to do. It was a long road. It was a long journey, and I made it. Now what? You know? Ooh. I think I backed off the camera a little bit simply because I move my miniature around so much that I don't think you can actually see what it is that I'm doing, because it goes out of focus. When I get too close, the camera goes out of focus, and then you really don't get to see all the things. All right, highlighting the knuckles. That seemed like it'd be a good highlight. Okay, what else? I think that arm is done. I might do the knuckle on the inside here. Boop. And over here, boop, 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 boop. Just touching the knuckles. That's all I'm doing. I don't know if that's considered an edge highlight. It does make a difference. Has anybody ever painted the belt buckles like leather on the Space Marines? I've been tempted. Can we talk for a minute? Space Marine, I want to know your name. Are we going to get female Space Marines? I don't know. There's a lot of theories out there. Some people are like, no, absolutely not. And some people are like, I don't care, whatever. And I don't know if Belisarius Claw could make and improve on the Emperor's design. The sky's the limit, you know? Because at that point, he's opened up the doorway. But some people say they will not have Space Marines that are female simply because we have custodies that are female now. So we have custodies that are female, and they're already top tier, telling much better than a Space Marine. Why would they go backwards? I don't know. That's a theory. There's a lot of theories out there. Like I said, I kind of just paint the models and enjoy the hobby for what it is. Because it seems like that those people that are gatekeepers and all that for the lore and stuff like that, I think they feel more like the military players, like your old school war gamers that are like, oh, I'm playing World War II. What faction? Oh, I mean, I am German or United States or Russian or something like that. And they said, you got the wrong color on the outfits. It's like, no, the outfits were gray. It's like, I know, but not that kind of gray. It was a lighter gray by like 1/2 of a tone up, right? Giving the quality of your work, I think that's more than fair. Thank you so much. But yeah, I think I would like Space Marine like things out there, like powerful like Space Marines. I just want Valkyries for my Space Marines. That's all I want. Give me Valkyries. That would be, and they're a flying unit or something. Come down. That would be so cool. But yeah, that would be neat. Gives me some more stuff to paint. But please, GW, wait until I catch up. I want to catch up with my painting. I need to have more boxes finished than I have boxes coming in. And if I just keep that for a while, my backlog will go down. That's all. So if I paint up a box of miniatures, I paint up 2 boxes of miniatures, I can buy 1 box. And I think that's fair, and I can still buy new boxes. And but slowly, I'm making progress towards a big old pile of shame. Which, at this point, I can get a skit palette. You know those skip pallets? You go to like Sam's Club or Costco or something like that, and they have like the paper towels on a skid. I think that's what I would need to move my miniature collection. Just the boxes of unpainted stuff. That's what I'm saying. It's gotten to the point where, now tell me what you think about this. So I joined the Discord for Warhammer. I'm not going to tell you which one. It's not yours, Mythos, but a new one. And well, I asked the question if anybody knew where I can get cheap 2 Rubric Marines in order to finish a box set, because I used 2 Rubric Marines as base toppers. One was for a competition piece for Nova Open, and another one was for my flyer for the Space Wolves. So I thought that was neat. And back then I had no intentions of playing Thousand Suns, because they didn't have a Primarch, the range was limited, and I didn't care. Back then. And I didn't even buy the Thousand Suns box. It was Ian who wanted me to custom make a Blood Bowl team for him that had Thousand Sons heads with blades of corn bodies. That would be cool. So I did that for him. And he gave me the rest of it as bits. So I said, oh, that's great. I'll just chop this up and it'll be like, bits for my Space Wolves and for their bases and stuff like that. And that's all it was ever going to be until I had my chance to get Magnus. And I seized the opportunity in a Battle Force box. And then now what do I do is the question. So I kept on. I was like, well, might as well fill out the army, and bought a start collecting box. And then I was like, let me get 3 boxes of Rubric Marines, because Rubric Marines are the infantry, so I could probably get a couple of those. Having 3 units seems good, but what I didn't realize is that box with Magnus also had 2 more units of Rubric Marines. And I bought 3 boxes of Rubric Marines, not realizing that I had a half-complete box in head. Well, in the end, I wound up with a max unit of 60 Rubric Marines, which is the most you can have of Rubric Marines. So I asked that group if they had any Rubric Marines, because I have 2 that are missing to complete a box set, and I didn't want to buy another box set just to get those 2. And I didn't want to pay $20 per miniature to buy them loose, because that's what I saw them for at the time. Well, I asked that group, and they asked me the question. Why? I said, I just said, I'm looking for 2,000 Sons Rubric Marines. I have a box of Rubric Marines, but I'm missing 2. So they told me I can convert, and I can do this, and I can do that, which is great, and that's fine. But they kept on pushing us to, what do you have a Rubric Marine army? What's going on? So I finally took out all my Rubric Marine stuff without the Chaos Demons, because I do have a Lord of Change, which I bought separately. And was actually Kairos Fate Weaver. But they were like, well, I have 58 Rubric Marines, and it hurts my OCD having just 58, right? 60 Valkyries would be awesome, right? Thank you. But yeah, 60 Space Marine, that's the max, right? So, they said I was like a power gamer. Because I'm min-maxing, I think that's what that's called. And I'm the furthest thing from a power player than there ever was, ever. In any way, I asked, so what is everybody working on now and stuff like that? And I try to be, after I put the picture of the 1,000 Sons, because they were like, you shouldn't run. Yeah, this is what it is. You should not run as a newer player to 40K 60 Rubric Marines. And I'm like, to me, it's like, that seems like a fun little list to go in there and just to see what happens. I don't even care if I win. Just to see what it would be like. Like, here's a problem. What are you going to answer to it? You have your take all comers list, and I have 60 Rubric Marines. What's going to happen, right? So, all about board control, I guess. Anyway, yeah, they were like, yeah, you shouldn't run 60 Rubric Marines, especially as a newer player. So I wanted to show them that I had options, that I'm not just going to run 60 Rubric Marines. So I took out my boxes from my pile of shame, pile of potential, whatever you want to call it, and I put them on my sketching table, my wife's sketching table, because I bought her a sketching table. It's right behind me. And wow, all you see is my bald head. I got to change the camera. I'm so sorry. I am so sorry. I am going to change this camera, but I don't know if I can. Yeah, midstream. Okay. Maybe that'll be better. So you won't have to see my bald head so much. Oh, let me see. I'm going to look so you don't have to see my bald head so much. And I do have this pop filter, so it might be in the way. I gotta organize this. I'm playing around with positions here. when it comes to that. I think that's pretty good, right? Let me see. You can see me, right? I think so. I think that's pretty good. All right. The exact idiom of calling names without knowing someone. They have no idea how a painter first, how you are a painter first, then lore, then gaming is for fun only. Yeah, that's me. That's me. And I don't know what the culture of 40K is, but there it is. I don't know what I did wrong, but they just, for that evening anyway, they stopped talking to me. They completely stopped talking to me. It was like crazy. I was like, okay. And then I think my comments were erased or something. I don't even know. I think they think I'm a power player, but they don't know me well. They don't. So I don't know. Weird. I've never encountered that before. I mean, I'm honored they think I'm a power player or gamer or whatever, and that I do things. I don't think they believe that I'm a painter first. And that I'm not really good with the rules. I mean, I'm okay, but I just don't know how to play my armies very well. I'm not a general. That's going to change, though. I think you guys are such good Space Wolf players that I think your guys' input is going to make me a better player. If that makes sense. And you got to rub off on me. So that's my hope. You guys are more tactically sound than I'll ever be. But yeah, I accidentally bought, and I know that sounds ridiculous, I accidentally bought 60 Space Marines because I bought 3 boxes of Space Marines, not realizing that the massive boxes that I bought already had Rubric Marines. And in doing so, I wound up with 60. Oopsie. I told them I haphazardly collected these. I don't think they believed me. I don't think anybody in their sane mind would haphazardly collect 60 Rubric Marines. But that, I think that would be fun to look at the board and just like a flood of Space Marines. And of course, any infantry you got is just going to wipe them out. So, but I don't know. I think that would be fun. Plus, I like painting infantry because it allows me more time to practice skills on stuff I don't care about as much, I guess. So if I make mistakes, I'm like, okay, I'm learning from that. And that's cookie with me. Cookie. Oh, wow, this is looking great. Oh, I'm lucky. See, now, that's much better. That's much better than looking at my head. Right? I think I found my ideal location for this camera because I kept on playing around with it. I wasn't sure what would work the best. That's pretty cool. That's been, yeah, that'll work. All right, just about done with these edge highlighting. Almost done. Getting there. Legs done, and for the most part, let me do the feet. Although the feet are going to be covered with snow, but in case a little edge pops out, I want it to look nice. So I'm going to do the feet as well. Okay. Now I'm using the tip of the brush. I'm freehanding straight lines. It's not a big deal for me now because, again, I've done it so many times. Like, I can freehand now. I'm a little more confident with my freehanding than I ever have been. Let's just put it that way. Because practice makes better. So make perfect. In fact, perfect is the enemy of done. If you never want to finish a project, try to make it perfect. simply because that doesn't exist. So good luck. Even top artists are like, wait, that's not perfect. Edge highlighting just about done. This little edge right here. This little edge of mine. I'm gonna let it shine. Now, tough part, I'm gonna get my brush in between little exhaust fumes. I pulled the camera back a little bit so I can have more room to move around because it seemed like I was going over here for a lot of the videos and my face was actually covering up the action. So I wanted to be more that you can see it. Plus, I'm not doing a face per se because I'm doing a helmet. I moved back a little bit this time. I'm trying to dial in the best way to do painting vids while I am live. So, and going live, oh, so much better than all that video editing. Let me tell you. But I am going to have to do some video editings because I do need to get some tutorials there. Some of the longer lasting ones, you know? Some that you can come back a couple of years later and look at and be like, hey, that's a pretty good tutorial. I'll just follow that one. And I get a lot of that, like my flesh eater quartz and all that kind of stuff. Like it's like 5 years old and stuff, but people are still watching it, so that's pretty cool. All right, just about done with this edge highlighting. Yes, Wolf Brother Mythos, a power gamer. Can you believe it? Oh my gosh. So not that. But who knows? They did open up. Now, this is the irony of it. They opened up a friendly local game store in walking distance of where I used to live. In walking distance of where I used to live. Can you believe that? And it's called Fenris Gaming. But I'm not close to it anymore. I moved away from there. Like, I'm not even in the same town. I mean, I'm not that far away, but I would say like good 45, 50 minutes. Maybe 45 minutes, yeah. If that, like 45 minutes. Not far. But yeah, that's crazy. If they were open while I lived there, oh man, I think it's for the best. I would have spent so much money. Would have been broke. This is so good. Okay. All right. Yes. Yes. Boom. All right. Edge highlighting, I think, is done. Did I do the face? Yeah, I did the face. You know what I didn't do? The bulbs. The bulbous bulbs on his pack. The exhaust fumes, I guess. Wind's picking up. Looks pretty bad. All right. All right. This is good stuff. I can't believe that was called Power Gamer. Speaking of games, though, I did get Forza Horizon 6. I bought the premium edition, which will come out in May, and I'll have early access to it. So the question is, should I play any video games on this channel? Are you into Forza Horizon? I'm also playing Expedition 33 because I finished Baldur's Gate. And it took me over 400 hours to finish Baldur's Gate. That's because I started again. Well over 400 hours to actually finish Baldur's Gate. I think I played that game the longest. out of any other game, and I thoroughly enjoyed it. But I am currently playing Expedition 33 because it won so many gaming awards. I wanted to check it out, and it is a lot of fun. It is weird, but it is a lot of fun. Okay, now the edge highlighting is done. Now what I'm going to do is go for the metallics. Oh wait, I didn't do all the edge highlights. I got to do the red edge highlighting too. So what I'm going to do is going to do Wild Rider. Yeah, Wild Rider red is pretty orange. That is going to be my edge highlighting for my red. Dipping my brush in. Scooping some out. I'm going to take this little edge right here. I'm going to clear my brush of paint. And then I'm going to take some of the slow dry. Put it in here. I'm going to clear off my brush again. Clean it. Try to get it as dry as I can. All right. And now, oopsie, that's not good. I have these miniatures to see where my face is, and I put them over here where my face is so I know not to film there. All right, so I'm going to wipe this off. Make sure there's a nice little pattern. Check out my nail here. It's a little bit much. Let's see on the rim over here. Oh, that's nice. Look at that. Look at that. That's nice. All right, that's how I can tell. It's really nice. And now, all right, and what I'm going to do is I hit this orange towards the front of the gun. I changed my mind about edge highlighting. I'm going to hit that, and I'm going to do some blending. And I'm going to do that orange right here, and I'm going to put it towards the tip of the blade. This is going to be fun. I'm going to wet blend right here, and I'll show you how to get a nice little transition without an airbrush. Okay. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to poke, and little dots there. So it looks like flames and embers coming up. And I'm going to do that for this one too. Because I already did some wet blending with not Wild Rider, with not Wazdaka either. I forgot what it. Oh, here it is. Evil Sun Scarlet. That's what it is. A nice reddy red. So I already did that. Now I'm gonna put the orange in there and see what it's like that. And I think I'm gonna go in for the Evil Sun Scarlet too. And I'm gonna do some wet blending. Here we go. Here we go. Once upon a time, not long ago, where people wore pajamas and lived life slow. All right, I'm going to take some of that orange so I can have a mid-step between the Wild Rider and the Evil Sun Scarlet. I want to have an orange red. More orange. More orange. More orange. Okay, there. Orange red. That's an in-between color. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to stipple. Right there. Just because the mood struck me. This is what I do. This is what I do when the mood strikes me, man. I just go for it. This would be a cool idea. Just do it. Okay. Worst case scenario, I'll just paint it over in red. It doesn't matter. All right. Now we're going to go back to the Wild Rider and reinforce the orange on the tips. It's a little hotter. Almost like it's flaming or bleeding, or I don't know. Just seems like it's cool. Now I'm going to take the Evil Sun Scarlet, and I'm really going to dilute it down. Make like a little glaze coat. You see what I do right there, and then I'm just going to glaze the whole thing. Okay. That'll dull down the transitions between both of them, so it'll look fresh. and nicely blended and transition. It's these little things that'll make it pop. There it is. That looks really good. And I'm going to do the same for the shoulder pad. I'm just going to put some of the orange right there. Then I'm going to take the mid step. I'm going to blend out the edges a little bit. And then I'm going to take pure red and go out a little further. I'll wait till that dries and see if I need to glaze it. And if I do, that's great. If not, then that's equally awesome. Okay. All right. There it is. Now it looks like it's darker on the outside, brighter in the middle. Almost like it's glowing. That's how you would do Custodes tank too. That's how I would do a Custodes tank anyway. All right. Speaking of which, I need some of that orange right here on this little crystal. Let's see if I can get some of that excess off. And on these things, you're going to want to draw a cross. A symbol of an X or a cross. And that'll make it really glow, like that. All right, good. That's done. Now for the metallics. That means I'm going to take my Raphael brush. Just throw it away. Now I'm going to use the Series 7. Here's a cheapo Japanese brush that I am going to use for my metallics. Okay, go for my metallics here. Let me see what I'm going to grab here. I like to use Balthasar gold, which is a nice coppery gold. Very coppery. And then I get a brighter gold. And then I get silver as a supreme highlight. So that's how I work my way up. Let's get that. A nice Balthasar gold here. It's like an old rusty gold. Love it. Not that gold has rust, but there it is. It's old rusty color. All right, and I'm going to get some of that slow dry just so I can have some medium. And I used up all that slow dry right here. I want some medium because it comes out pretty thick. So I add some medium into it. You can use flow improver or whatever you want to do. All right, just going to slather, but without obscuring detail, if that makes sense. The thing about using metallic paints, you can easily glop it on there and it will obscure details. That is not what you kind of want. I'm going to ruin this brush. I don't care. Because if I didn't have a couple of thousand brushes waiting for me, and I'm not joking, then it wouldn't matter. But I lost it. I don't know. I buy brushes at 100 at a time usually. But sometimes, you know, I get really nice brushes, like the Winsor & Newtons and the Raphaels and stuff like that, and then I'll just buy 30 or 40 of them. But not hundreds, see? Not hundreds. It's okay. Maybe I should really start. I know, I should do a video that I'm in a AA type of meeting, but it's for Warhammer. What do you think? Should I do a skit? I have not done a skit in forever. I think it would be fun. Who knows? We'll see. You know what? I'll get my wife to go into it too. You know what? I think that's a great idea. I just thought of having like an AA for like having an intervention for Warhammer. Although I don't neglect anybody when I do it. Like everybody's happy in this house. Like everybody is happy. I do my fatherly duties. I think as a secret, because I know nobody's going to be watching this, that I might take out my family to the times that are older than times. One might call them medieval times. I think I'm going to do that. I think it's in Bethesda or something. which is not far from me. I live close to where, close-ish, relatively speaking. I work really close there to where they make Skyrim. Yeah, I'm not far away from Bethesda Studios in Bethesda, Maryland. So that's fun. But as I was saying, well, Brother Mythos, if you're coming down, if you want to come down any other point in the summer, you want to chill a week where we could have a Warhammer week or a hobby week or whatever it is we're going to do, work on painting and stuff like that, definitely go and do that during the summer because I am off this summer. I'm going on a family vacation for a week or two. But maybe I, go to you. Who knows? Summer is wild. So how is the snow affecting everyone? I'm pretty much hunkered in. They already called Tuesday off for school. We didn't have any school tomorrow because it's Martin Luther King Day. So, yeah. We are good to go. And so far, as you can tell, we have power. Our generators didn't have to kick in, so that's good. There's not a ton of ice here. Ooh. Gotta watch out for ice. Icy wicey. It's kind of dicey. All right, and this is fun. Just putting on some gold so I can show you exactly how I do this. You may be asking yourself, Rob, why are you painting everything copper? Aren't you supposed to paint it gold? Oh, I will. I definitely will. I'm going to show you how I do it. The copper tones are actually shadow colors for my gold. And you're like, but Rob, I thought once you put on metallic, you just put on the metallic and it does its thing and you don't have to put on any shadows. Au contraire. Au contraire. If you have shadow colors for your gold and your highlights for your gold will look more realistic. Like a shiny. Okay. A little bit of gold where I didn't want it to be, so I'm going to use a wet brush to just remove the excess. There has been times where I didn't have any water next to me, so I licked my miniature. That's fun. Well, Brother Mito says, playing Boulder Gate 3 right now. Yes, I have over 400 hours in there. But I finally beat him. Well, brother, you say no snow for us, just barely touching ice temperatures right now in Texas, but it's supposed to get worse tonight. Nope. Well, I'm really glad because you're supposed to be, you're southern Texas, right? So you're that humid Gulf of Mexico kind of thing. Which is cool. He's cooly woolly. All right. There is a lot of gold on a space wolf. And I can imagine there's going to be a lot more gold when I paint up my corn army. Well, I better embrace it. I forgot to paint the handle of this knife either gold. I mean, either black or red. What do you think, chat? Should I paint the handle to the knife red or black? I'm not going to paint it right there until you tell me. How about that? You got to make a choice for my miniature. We'll see how it comes out. I'm going to paint the side of the head, helmet. Okay, there. Anything else? Oh, yeah. I got to do the little bolts on the back of his back. And then this one. I make little noises when I do this. I don't know why, but it focuses in on there. And well, Brother Mythos, I am looking for a nice hunting rifle. And I was looking at some BMGs, 50 cals, but that's a little bit excessive for me. I don't think I'll be hunting tanks. Although it would be fun. But I'd also lose my shoulder, so I don't want to do that. So I'm probably going to go bolt action because I already have an AR. And what do you think? What's out there? I've seen Browning has a nice one. I've seen Rage has a nice one. I've seen a lot of nice ones. The 1110 something or other. I don't know. I was just looking at a couple last night. I was up pretty late, lamenting the fact that I missed the show, and yeah. Any Hoosers. My wife said, with all the stuff that's going around in the country right now, and I have other pistols, but maybe I should get a nice hunting rifle. Optics are expensive. Yeah. I think the red will pop more. Okay, we're doing red. There it is. Decision hath been made. Let's do that. Let's pop the red right there. And we'll come back and put some highlights into it. There you go. Calling him the Red Avenger or something. It's a lot of red. That does work nice. Great decision. Thank you so much. All right. I'll go back to this Baltazarian gold and get around the bobble leg. There we go. Let's get the rings. That's fantastic. All right. Okay. That's looking fun. I think that's all the gold. I think I want to do a little bit more gold right in the nose of this wolf here. I don't paint them bone color anymore. The little wolf icons onto the armor. I thought it kind of silly that they have bone and they're going into battle and it doesn't shatter. You know? It should shatter. Yeah. Yep. Speaking of which, I heard Glock is going to the V model because people were taking the 5 and making it into a fully auto. People are strange. Okay. There we go. That's looking nice. All right. Now, to put on my eyes painting glasses. And I'm going to do some lenses in red. Excuse me. Hi. All right, so let's see. I'm going to do some lenses in red. This is the wrong brush for this, my friend. I think I went a little bit too harsh. Let's get rid of some of that red right here. And I'm going to pull out my eyes brushes to do this, because this brush, its tip is not great. Don't tell me you're back out there. All right. Oh, that was kind of cool. Okay, good. That worked. See, when you make mistakes, it's not a big deal. All right. Now, if you make mistakes and let it dry there, then it would be a big deal. Time for my Winsor & Newton Zero Series 7. I'm going to go into the red. Now I'm going to try this again with a better brush. See what we can do. The difference is night and day. Winsor & Newton Series 7 is absolutely flawless for this application right here. They are temperamental, and you have to be super gentle with them. Because if you just throw some paint on, you will ruin the tip immediately. And then your brand new expensive brushing was for nothing. You should be barely touching the model with just the tip, just very barely touching the model, like me. It's like Golem if he was trying to thread the needle to sew, right? But yeah, there's some black. I'm gonna go in here. And then I'm gonna redo this symbol. Oh, that's not even black, that's brown. Nobody cares. Nobody's gonna notice. All right, let me wipe that out and get that out of there. Goodness gracious me. Messing up isn't so bad. See, just wipe it off with your eraser. The eraser being water and a nice waterlogged brush. With just enough water to remove the excess pigment, leaving behind exactly the highlights you want to. Okay, time for some highlights on the eye lenses. Old boops. There it is. Looks like he has like shiny eyes or glowing eyes. Very good. Okay, time to take these things off. Woo! That's something. All right, throw these over here. I'll place them gently. Okay. Okay, that's pretty cool. I should still go around with a little bit of black. Where's my black? You know what I should do? I should definitely have a drink of some water. Hydrate here. All right, that's good stuff. What was I gonna do? Oh my gosh! Oh yeah, black. I gotta get the color noir. Need to get the color noir. Need to get the color. Maybe I can use that brown. It's not really a big deal. People are not going to notice because they're usually not going to look that close to the mini. It's not for competition. It might win Based Army, though. That would be cool. Oh, here it is. Leo Model Color Black. Love this thing. All right. Ears and beggars. Hoist the collar. All right. What we got here, I want to do is I want to black line with the brush instead of using the marker. Which is not impossible because before using markers, people black lined with brushes. But black lining is like black lining with this brush here. It's like doing eyes, but for a larger surface. Because it's black, so it's really hard to get out if you mess up. Yeah, that's a good point. Some more over here. Okay. And let's get some more over here. It's pretty fancy. Let's get some water. Doing the stripes on the helmet. And I waterlogged the belly just a little bit so there would be some capillary action. And that's really good when you're doing recesses. Capillary action. All right, just putting a line underneath the eye. Yeah, okay, that's pretty good. That was all right. It's all right. I got to get better at it. I got to practice it more. There it is. Now you saw the one thing that I got better at. Well, I'm trying to. And sometimes I could paint the whole miniature without improving everything, just this like one little random thing. And there it is. Black lining with the brush. That might be the next skill I'm trying to improve. And that's all. I improved one skill on this miniature. I'm happy. I don't have to improve anything else. I could do everything else the same way as I did all the other ones. But this one skill, I just, I haven't leveled up yet, but I got some experience points with it. How about that? You don't always have to level up, but you get some experience points, Be a better painter. That's the way I think about it. It's like an RPG game. All right. I just wanted to do that. Okay, now, what else? Now I'm going to go back to what about that one. I think I pushed in the tip for this this pen. It's kind of dull. Sometimes you go a little too heavy with it. It's still fine for larger areas, for larger black lines, so to speak. But for the ones that need depth, it's kind of tough. Alright, once I get, yeah, like these vents I cannot hit. So I'm gonna have to get them with the brush later. If I remember. And if it even matters, because really people are not gonna notice. I'll notice though. It's like painting the inside of a Land Raider. The inside of my Land Raiders are painted. And painted well at that. But I know it's there. It'll be an Easter egg one day. If someone breaks it and drops it on the floor and like, ah! Focus a little more. Black line is not very good with this pen. But I'm still going to use it. You know why? Because there's ink in it, darn it. Not a family that goes wasting potatoes. Isn't that right, Mita? You crushed the spud. And then... and then you ate it. That was hilarious. Good times. I don't think does the industry do challenges anymore? Like, I have not seen a challenge video. As in, I challenge you to do this thing, and then we'll post our updates together. Like, I have not seen that. Or is that the things from Argen now? The whole reaction videos? Boost other people's viewership. I don't know. Is the hobby dying or thriving? I couldn't tell you at this point. But all the stuff that's going on in the United States, who knows? The priorities of people's are shifting, I think. But GW's profit margin is pretty good, so I guess people around the world are doing okay. I don't notice people online on YouTube channels doing, the challenges. Like, I did one that was like, who can give the best howl? Remember? Oh. I think it was for a competition video. Like, I would give a giveaway video or something like that. I could drastically reduce the amount of minis that I have if I'd done a whole ton of giveaways. I think that if I gave a box away every week for the next 4 years, I'd still have boxes. I think so. I don't know. I might not. Who knows? Yeah. You haven't seen one yourself in a hot minute? Yeah. Yeah, that was fun. Oh. I'm silly like that. All right, going back to the pommel of this sword, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to do the black outline between where the red meets the gold to separate the red from the gold, give it a delineation of separate colors. A hard break, if you will, or a high contrast break to separate one color from another. Okay. A minute, girl, I want to know your name. I have Keith's Sweat on my mind. I don't know why. Well, that song anyway. Time for a minute. Girl, I want to know your name. Okay. I recently discovered Conkling, which is doing these Viking-like calls in the woods and having the reverb come back. Conkling, or something. Call it. It's like calling, but very Viking in its origin. There's this one girl, man. I forgot her name. Lethos, I'm going to send you the link, and she sounds like an elf in the woods singing. Oh my god, it's so crazy. I would love to go to a woods and having that haunting sound just play, or have someone conkling or doing that sound, and having the forest become more mystical, so to speak. Yeah. Can we talk for a minute? Girl, I want to know your name. All right, stop singing that. I'm going to get copyright striked. I just really like the song right now. All right. Do I have all the black trim? Let me see. That looks all right. Not my best work, but, you know, my work nonetheless. Nice. Sort of. Meh. Meh. All right. What do I need? Let's bring out my Raphael again. I'm going to dip it into black, and I'm going to do this guy right here in black. It was already too dry, so now I got it all over the place again. I have been, seriously, I've been not very good at my brush control tonight. It happen. Some days you get that way and you just walk away from the project, but today I'm gonna just push through. Not my best model, but my model nonetheless. All right, time to go for a lighter gold. And that is going to be Retributor armor, I think. If I can find Retributor armor. Retributor armor. Ooh. I'm going to have to eat dinner at some point. That's not it. There it is. Retributor armor. Retributor armor. Nice red gold. Bloop. Excuse me. Okay. Get it nice and wet. See how I'm having this little area here. And oh, before I even do that, close this out. Now I'm gonna get my Seraphon Sepia. Ooh, baby. I think I love you from the Agrax Earth Shade. Nun Oil. Reichland Flesh Shade. Here it is. Seraphon Sepia. Let me get some of that, and I'm gonna use the same brush because I really don't care about this brush. And I am gonna go right on the inside of the Aquila here. And right close to there, and I'm gonna wipe off the brush. There. Clear lines of delineation of where one thing starts and the other ends. Add a little more over here. I added too much, so I just wiped it off. A little more. right towards the center here. All right, I'm going to let that dry. And wherever I have low parts, I'm going to just like hit a little bit of Seraphon Sepia on the inside of the sword, the backhand of the weapon, on the back sides of the backpack, and over here, wherever the sun is not shining. It would be nice to have a little, and it's just like pin washing. That's what I'm doing here. That's nice. If you go too rough with this, that's okay. You can always just put some more of the Baltasar gold in there. Not a problem at all. Okay. In the meantime, while that is drying, I'm going to go into my browns. Now, I already did my Rhinox hide, but I should do something a little brighter. I'm going to go for Morfang Brown. I could do anything else really, though, but Morfang Brown is pretty buttery smooth. I like me some Morfang Brown. All right. So there. And we're going to edge highlight this scabbard. Some Morfang Brown. And then I'm going to put some scratches on it, vertical scratch here and here. Okay, now I'm going to do the same with the holster. All right. Now for the little pack. Pretty cool. Alrighty. That's looking great. That is looking great. I'm going to get some more of that black. I'm going to cover this Baltasar gold because I was not supposed to paint that area, but I did. Look how easy it is to paint over. Just like that. Okay, now, where was I? Oh, yeah. The gold. Now I can come back because it's already dried. So now what I'm going to do is just the tips of the wing. Individually. And then the tips of the wings on the inner wing individually. And I'm going to repeat the process on the other side. Make sure you leave that Baltasar gold in the middle and that nice fade to darkness that you got from the Seraphon Sepia towards the middle where the wings meet. And that's going to create such a beautiful texture to your gold. It's going to appear like it's glimmering. I found that out. If you start painting your metallic metals like if there were non-metallic metals, in other words, putting highlights or putting a lighter color gold where the sun is going to hit it the most, then you can see a transition between shadow and brightness in your metallic paints. Backside, the sun's not really hitting it, so I'm just going to get the little glimmering edges. Just going to edge highlight right there and there. Not a big deal. But the gold really shows over here because the sun is coming from here. If the sun is coming from here, that means this area is going to be lit. And this area is going to be lit. And I'm not going all the way to the edge of an area. I'm leaving a gap. When I get to the edge of one, like the handle meeting the bottom part of the sword, like I don't paint it straight, like I leave a gap, and the gap is going to show that Baltasar gold, you know, has that shadow color. So what I'm doing is essentially blacklining the gold with Baltasar gold just by layering. So just a new thing that I'm just trying. Always trying new things. Okay. And here's some more of that right there on the top of the belt buckle. Where else would gold be glimmering? Oh, on the backpack. Okay, so this side it would be. Maybe the highlighter on the boxes on the bottom, leaving the center darker. And then I'm just going to hit the back over here because that's going to be shining. There. And maybe just the tops of these bulbs. That's it, just the tops. And the rest of it is going to be Balthasar gold, you know? So it'll look like it's transitioning from one gold to another. Finally, what I'm going to do with the gold is get silver. I enjoyed it. That sounds awesome. There's a girl who sings songs, including a couple of Viking and pirate songs. Instead, yes, I've heard that. Heave ho, thieves and bearers, and the reverberate. Oh, I love that. Love that. I've seen a girl and a group of people actually in stairwells. I don't know if it's the same one that you saw. That would be cool if it was. But yeah. But the one I've been recently doing, and I'll send you the link. She's been doing it in the forest, and she has her own rock band and whatnot. It's just really cool to support somebody, and you know they don't have like a ton of views or stuff like that, but they're very talented. So like I really want to support that too, and I'll definitely maybe that'll be my pick of the week for next week's video. Hopefully, just call me, dude. At this point, just call me. It's not awkward. Just call me. I get so wrapped up in so many things because my daughter wants my attention. A lot of people want my attention. Let's just put it that way. And all right, now here's the trick with the silver one. You don't do every feather on the Aquila here. You do every third feather, and you just do the tip. That's it. 1, 2, and 3. Just the tip. All right. And try to alternate where you put that little bling for the next highlight, the next set of wings. Alternate. Then over here, it's every third one. So this guy on the bottom, it's going to be silver. 1, 2, 3. This guy over here, he's going to be silver. And then 1, 2, 3. This guy up top, he's going to be silver right up on the tip. So now it really glimmers. Like there's some depth to it. Like if I start moving around, it starts shiny. Now I'm just going to put a little boop of silver on there and a little boop of silver on here. Not much. A little stripe of silver over here because that's how reflections work on shiny surfaces. Okay. And I'll do a little bit edge highlighting just on the upper facing portions of these little boxy things on the back of his backpack. Now I'm going to get the top edge here and the top edge here and the top edge here and the top edge of this here. And there you go. You got some silver. Now you don't want to be too heavy on the silver or the whole thing will start reading silver, not as gold anymore. So if you have the control, exercise it. Okay, where else? I think that's pretty much it. Let me see. I'll get some more Balthasar gold and hit this little thing over here that I forgot to hit. Okay, now what else? I have gold on the tip here. Okay, that's good. Oh, this little tail here, I didn't do any. Okay, good. And the knife, I didn't do any as well. Just gonna get the tip of the knife and over here, and that's gonna be gold, Balthasarish. Okay. That looks great. Okay. Now that that's painted, boom, 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 boom. It's good. Check my endurance. I don't know. Drink some more water. That's good. Ooh, that is some good stuff. Okay. Oh, you know what? I should do some edge highlighting in the black parts of the gun. Ooh, what I should do here is take some dark aluminum. I'm going to take some dark aluminum, and that I'm going to hit over here on the gun, on the mag. So the mag is going to be dark aluminum, like a dark metal. Very, very metallic, this gun. For my, I was about to say long walls. Long fangs. My, gray hunters. There you go. And it's that dark stuff. Yeah, I'm gonna do it on the teeth. So I'm gonna do the teeth over here. Try to just do individual teeth. Just work it up. Work it up. Okay, good. Let's do that again. Working on the teeth right here. I'll slow it down so you can see. Boop, boop. Okay, awesome. So it's metallic without being too metallic. Oh, I like it like fire. Many layers of red, so it's like seeping. It's like pretty cool. Okay. Okay, now that the silver is done, everything else is done. Let me get the bone colors. I completely missed it. Oh, I have some more Frank Brown right here. Yay. I'm going to hit all the teeth. With starting with Morton Frank Brown, and I am going to hit this tail. You see how I do tails here. A little wet blending will do you. Or layering, I don't know. Oh, I just got Morton Frank Brown on the leg. Look at that. Just going to dilute it, then gently brush it away. And I don't really care. Morton Frank Brown is pretty good, especially diluted. It looks like dirt. Looks like he stepped in dirt, that's all. And it's not like my Marines are completely clean. This time around, I do add some weathering. Okay, now that that is done, I went all the way down with it. Yeah, I went all the way down with it. Now, I'm going to get a lighter brown, which I'm getting bootstrap leather from P3, the old bottles. They lasted that long. These things are epic. You can see that's a different brown. You can see it right here from Morfang. It's a lot lighter. So two things I'm going to do with that. I'm going to hit the corners of all the brown stuff here, and here, and here, and here. So it looks like stress marks, you know, when it dries. A little bit on that corner there, a little bit on that corner there. Anything else is leather? Sure. Just do this little corner over here. Yeah, and this little corner over here. And just dotting the leather over here. Adding some variation and interest to different areas. Because if it's all one color, it's kind of boring, right? So it's just, what's it called? Base coating, and that's it. Which to each his own, but it just looks so much better if you do a little bit of effort. You see, it's not a monumental shift in effort that I'm doing here. And really just makes nice. I'm going to put some stripes here, as if the leather is kind of stressed. Now those claws right there are interesting, so what we do is dilute it and bring down some of that. Now you may think, Rob, you just ruined it, but I'm not. I'm just going to add some water and wipe it away so it can look distressed. That's how you distress your scratches. Very interestingly. There it is. Now that looks like distressed scratches. See that? Add too much paint, distress scratch it. It's very hard to mess up a mini in these days and age. Now, I mean, if you follow a recipe to the letter and you don't deviate it at all, I can imagine that's really stress-inducing. But I do what works for me, you know? It doesn't work for everybody. I put tutorials and I try to make them work for everybody, but I'm just showing you what I did. This is how I did it. I don't know if it's going to be awesome for you or what. Look at that. Look at that. Okay. To wipe out my Ushanti bone. All the colors. Okay. Ushanti. Come on, give me some Ushanti here. Ushanti bone. Nice. Light. Ivory, rich, brown, red, white. A reddish white color. And then I'm just going to go gently with that. Really gently in very alternating spots with the highlights, making a supreme highlight. That's awesome. Now you have a lot of colors at play because this takes up a lot of surface area. So what I really want to do that. I always speak lower when I'm doing work that's very delicate. It's super delicate. Okay, that's pretty good. Nice little edge highlight there. Now that looks fantastic in my opinion. There's a lot going on with the leathers and stuff. It's not just one color and then that's it. Okay, that being said, we got the bone. I'm gonna go over to this bobber and we'll put that last layer onto that. Last layer onto the fur. Oh my god, now my bone got all over my leg. This poor leg has been washed so many times. It's a miracle the other paint doesn't fall off. Oh yeah, I didn't varnish it. That's okay. Nothing here can't be recreated, you know? If I did it once, I could do it 100 times over. And I think I'm about to do it 100 times over. If you include my blood claws in this unit here, it's getting close. We got 40 and 30. So you got 70. So I just have to do 30 more miniatures, and I got my 100 miniatures for the challenge for the Warhammer store. Not too shabby. All right, now I'm going to try to blend the colors in between. So I'm going to take a little bit of that Ushanti bone and Morfang brown, a little more Ushanti bone to make it like a mid-tone. And I'm going to put that right in the middle. The highest highlight. So it looks like it's transitioning. And then you take the Morfang brown, pure, and put that right there. Yep. And then we're going to take the brown. I forgot what the name of it is. The really dark brown. What is that? Brine oxide. That's what it is. We're going to put that up there. And I'm just going to wet blend these colors together. Just be feathering in one transition to another. So you just don't have a line. It's fur after all. All right, there it is. Go some more Rhine oxide on the top. I want that darkness to be a little more fuller. Okay. And there it is, the fur cloak, as you were. Or transitioning into that high ivory, which I want to get some of that and just blend it right on the model right here. Yeah, that's pretty cool. It's going up pretty high, but that's good. That's healthy. Okay. Oh goodness. Okay, there it is. We are wet blending now. But that was too much excess. So I'm getting rid of the excess now. Okay. There it is. There's a nice furry tail. And the sun has gone down. This guy's just about finished. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to show you my creative process on how I do bases. That's really good. I'm going to get a base out of my base bag. I'm going to take that sucker and I'm going to put it on my fancy Citadel halter, which I have here somewhere. Wind it up. All right, there it is. When it comes to buying miniatures, I think I have the tism. A little bit. I'm on the spectrum. There's a sincere problem. All right. I want to get his face. Yeah, that's what matters. So I take blue tack. Oh, I messed it up, but it's okay. I'll just put him back on. It's no big deal. I get the face aligned, and I push it down, and now he's blue tacked into place. See that? Very simple. Now I'm going to hold on to this because he's not done with that. And I want to leave a nice large space, either in front or behind. I would think in front is the best because his gun is going over the base. If I put him in front, his gun will really go over the base. So I don't want that. So I'm going to do it like that. Now I know his footprint. And literally, I know his footprint. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to get bits and bobs. Now what I took is a warp flamer from 1,000 Suns. Now I built a box of 1,000 Suns. I had about 8 of them in a box because I used 2 of them on bases. Simply because I was gifted the box because I did a Blood Bowl team that had Tzeentchian heads on Chaos Skull Takers. Oh, man. The Corn people for AOS. Blades of Corn. Okay. I had Blades of Corn model, and he bought me 2 of those boxes of infantry. And he said, I want these bodies with these heads. And that worked out. That just all worked out. And that's great. So I built that box, and I had 2 more, and I just ordered 2 more so I can complete that. But in the end, I have 60 Rubric Marines waiting for me to paint. But crazy stuff. Crazy stuff. Okay, so what we're going to do here is we're going to take some of that pine tree bark that I gave to you, Mythos, and I'm going to show you how I use them on my base. Okay, this I wanted to show you. I'm glad you're here for it. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take my hobby knife, right? And I'm going to cut a sliver off the top. See that? It's cracking open. Cracks and it breaks. I don't have to put the whole rock on, right? But silver will do you. It'll start falling off and crumbling, and that's okay. You want to get the excess off. And then what you have is a nice base little rock. And the base little rock can go over here. But if you didn't like the way it fit, like this is not fitting 100%, I am going to take a sanding stick, or you can get anything you sand with, and I'm going to sand this down because it's wood. You can literally sand it to any shape you want to. It is amazing, and it'll fit your base. Or you can cut it, or I can chop it with my X-Acto blade. You saw how I just took a piece off of this. It is so darn versatile. It is so darn versatile. And that piece of rock broke off, and that's okay. We can have shatters of rocks. Look at that. Now, that's perfect. I'm going to put that over here. Now, I got to be very, very careful because, you know what? I'm going to put it over here. Be very careful simply because I have some basing stuff that I want to put on here. And that's going to make a world of difference if I had the basing stuff over here. So maybe I'll put it over here. What do you think? That sounds good. Now this came from one of the bigger bottles. I ripped it open and I got this. Look how much is left in there. I've been using this thing, even though it supposedly ran out for, I don't know, for all my, one bottle for all my, for at least 20 to 30, or 40 miniatures. And that's after the bottle technically ran out. Ooh, I want to do it like this. That would be cool, like the rocks coming up and splattering. I love that. Okay, now, what I did is I took a warp flamer. I was going to say a hell flamer for some reason. And I chopped it up. That's not it. Here it is. So I took the barrel of the gun on the actual upper and lower where they meet, and I turned it into a gravestone. A Tzeentchian gravestone. How weird is that, right? So that's the backstock. and I cut it right here where the handle is, where the trigger is. And I took that shape and I want to make it into like a little headstone. This is so cool. At least it's very, very fun. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to get some more. Sucker over here. Can't really hold it right, so I'm going to employ my Tamiya's tweezers. I'm going to put it over here. So now it's going to look a little gravestone. And I've been hit by a rose on the grave. And since it's busting open, I'm going to put it leaning towards the outside. Leaning outside. I think that's fantastic. All right, so that's going to be there. Now, I don't know. I have the warp cannon or warp gun or warp rifle. I have the head of this ancient thing, so I think may or may not want to crowd this base too much. That might be for another base, so I'm going to hold on to that. That's enough simply because I am going to put on some skulls. Gotta have some skulls. You Warhammer if you ain't got the skulls. All right. I'm going to get my fancy nippers. I'm going to nip away. Oop. I'm excited for February. My birthday is coming up. Sweet. I added some recent Terminator bases. Oh, yeah, nice. Birthday's coming up on February, and I'm excited for that. I've been using this Skulls box for years now. And I have another brand new one as a backup. Crazy. Crazy because I always like pulling skulls on things, so I use it often. Still, it's something. I don't know if I want to put this skull here or here by the tombstone. I think that's going to be even better. Putting the skull by the tombstone. But Rob, what about the glue you just set down there? Oh, I'm glad you asked, because I have a plan for that. I'm going to go to the skulls box again, but this time I'm going to see if I can get something a little bigger. How about Beastman head? Ooh, that would look good there. That would look good there. Okay, so I'm going to do that. I'm going to get a Beastman's head. Because Gores, right? Sand Gores. I have a Beastman. All right, I guess. I don't know. It's more like a sheep, but I don't care. All right. But Rob, isn't the glue dry yet? Nope, it's not. Still not dry. Hopefully I'm working against the clock here, and I can beat it. So I'm just going to take out any mold lines that I see, any other things that I see that are sticking out and not supposed to be there. All right, that looks great. All right, now let's see if there's enough glue. Maybe. Yeah, it's fine. It'll work. That's cool. All right, there it is. I want to add some more rocks to the space. So what I'm going to do is get my trusty and very dusty road gravel. Oh no. Okay, I'll fix that. I'll fix that. Road gravel was apparently a bit much. Oh my goodness, everything is falling now. Okay. It is a catastrophe. It's fine. This is crazy. Okay, so everything is falling. Everything is falling. Okay, we good. We good? We good. All right, now you. Little capitals. All right, let's see if you can see me. I think you can see me now. Everything is situated. Wow, goodness gracious me. That was something. Sorry about that. All right, now I got that bases right there. Looking good. Looking shucks. I don't know, maybe another skull in the back? Why not? Why not? Should I do a feathers? Nah. Should I do Tyranid? Nah. No, because the Beastman is too big, so I want to not go crazy. They have one featured skull there, I think. If I'm going to add a variation, I want to have too much variation because then it's going to be like, wait a second, is this a corn world? I don't know. It's supposed to be Fenris, so maybe attack on Fenris or something like that. And they find other things too, because I have like Necron bits on these things. Like I have all kinds of things that died at the feet. I even have fellow Space Marines whose weapons are broken on the bases of these guys. Not on my Blood Claws. Blood Claws don't get special treatment. These guys have been in the game longer, so I think their bases are going to reflect, like the entire miniatures are more than, you know what I mean? It was more than the Blood Claws, if that makes sense. Oh, goodness gracious me. I have little miniatures to delineate where my face is on the screen. So this way I know not to go over that space. So I have to make sure that, because that falling of the camera really messed me up. All right, there it is. All right, I'm going to get some. Ooh, look at that. Look at that. Look at that. Pick it down, 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 pick it down. All right. Where's the glue? I never capped it. That's okay. Okay, it's all fine. Some people freak out over these things. I'm like, why? It's all right. It's fine. It all works out. That looks sweet. That looks sweet. Horatio, where are you? Okay. I am going to just put a little bit of dirt and rubble right here. Just put a little bit of glue in the front. Just a little bit. And then I'm going to take a steel spreader, if you will. And I'm going to spread the glue around here. So it's nice and even. And I'm going to wipe this off. Right? I'm going to wipe that off. And then I'm going to take some of this gravel here. I'm just going to sprinkle it this time. I don't usually sprinkle it, but I'm going to sprinkle it this time. Right there. That would look great. Okay. Good boy. Okay. Okay. That's good. Now I have to get some of this road gravel that I messed up because I put it in my chair. Don't mind me. I am doing the best I can with the dirt I got. Okay, that's pretty good. Yeah, this is my ultra fine sand, so I'll put that in there like that. And you can see it's not going anywhere. Good. You can see I'm going to take it off. Wipe out that dust from the edges of the base. That it looks really great. Oh my gosh, it looks so good. Okay. Now what I'm going to do is, this base is pretty much finished. I got to let it dry and then I'm going to base coat it. But now you have an idea of what my bases are going to look like, and that's how I construct my bases. Put this back on here. I'm going to put that onto the side. Since he's done, I don't have to mess around with him. It's all about that base. So one of the things I like to do to accelerate the drying time of the base, and you still have these build bits here. See that? Those could be rocks too. Those could be rocks too. Anyway, this pine bark thing, this one little thing is going to give me so many bases. Like that one little thing is going to give me the bases for all my my claws. My Gray Hunters. I don't know why I always have a hard time remembering that. Gray Hunters. Now, keep in mind, there is going to be, this is a snowy base, so a lot of this is going to get covered, but it's going to have a little bit of texture underneath. It's going to look great because of it. So what I'm going to do here is I am going to grab my, there it is, my Instaset Accelerator for All CA glues. And I am going to take some of that. I'll take the same thing that I used earlier, and I'm just going to put a drop front and back to all the things, because it spreads out. Like, once you put a drop, it'll spread out like it's nobody's business. Okay. What I want to do is get this. There it is. Okay, so I'm gonna put that in there. When that dries, the glue is set and dried, and then I'm going to start painting it, which is great. So, what are you working on, ladies and gentlemen? I am knee deep in my wolves, baby. I only have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 more after this one, and then my 30 are 6 more after this one, and then my 30 are complete. One of them is going to be for a painting tutorial, like straight up. I have to edit painting tutorial, not live. Although it's going to be very similar to this, but some people like the format of the painting tutorials rather than listening to my live show. But I think after a while, I want to transition people to the live show, so it's much more easier for me. Even though it's a decent amount of work running 3 cameras and a phone. It's a decent amount of work. But you know, the work is good. It's good work. It's good for all of us. Beats editing. I edit. Oh my gosh. It takes me so long to edit. If I had an editor and I made enough money off this channel to get an editor, that'd be a different story completely. I would be pumping out tutorials like every week. Every week. Well, Brother Mythos says, I decided to start working on my Gray Hunters now that I've finished my Terminators. I got to start my Terminators, which I have a lot of Terminators ahead of me. But, you know, it's only 15. It's not crazy. I don't know if I'm going to do the old ones. I think I should sell the old box. Should I sell the old box of old Terminators? I don't know. You tell me, chat. What do you think? Should I just let go? I do have a billion other boxes, and I do have enough units to field everything. I don't know. I do not know. This one claw from a Wolfen, right? I can do this to shards and cut them off and have them hanging out of the ground. I can take this loop with the little fur bit and hang it onto one of my Gray Hunters. And then I could take the wolf skull and do the same thing that I did with this guy over here with the sheep head, but put a wolf head right there. I think I can do the 3 bases with just this one piece. Is insane. I think I'm going to take out my blow dryer. That means I'm going to mute it just for a little bit so I can blow dry. Hold on a sec. Alrighty, so now that is dry. That's a hair dryer trick. And what I use is a travel hair dryer. And I just picked up one that somebody said that they weren't going to use anymore, and it fell and it broke. But I don't care about the aesthetics. I just wanted to work onto the minis. So if you are in the mood and want to speed up your drying time for both paint and glue, especially if you have an accelerator on, then investing in a hairdryer, a small little hairdryer, would work. Wolf Brother Minter says not having to edit is so freeing. It is. It is. It is a job. It really is a job. Depends on if you like the look of the old Terminators, really. If you would rather have all Primaris size ones, then sell it. Yeah, I think I am. Or maybe I do have a set of the old ones too, painted up really nicely. I don't know. I don't know. I could only have, well, I guess I can paint up everything and just line the walls with shelves throughout the entire house so it could be a museum. That's crazy. Crazy cool, if you ask me. Okay, let me see. The pop filter is in the way of my face now. So why don't we move this over just a little bit? Would that work? It's so hard to get it just right. Okay. And you know what the worst thing is? The water is right underneath the camera. So if it falls again, it'll plop right into the water. So I'm going to move that water. I think that's a good bet. All right. All right. If you're bearing through with ads with me, I apologize, but thank you. I do get some revenue. Even if it's a penny, it's a lot. It's better than nothing. And for the editing software, since I use the Adobe Suite, it's like it's getting close to like $1,100 a year for the Adobe Suite. So yeah, it's pretty intense. It's pretty intense. Yeah, I think now you no longer see the pop filter, but can you see me well? That's the question. I think this is pretty good. All right, now, what I was saying. This is dry. So we're going to paint it with Steino Red Self-Leveling Primer. I'm going to brush that sucker right off. Because people are afraid to brush on primers. Not me, not when it's self-leveling. Okay, I'm going to take my Army Painter Wargamer Monster brush. I've had this one for a long time. It's for big projects, for the whole thing, right? All right, so I'm going to dip into here, and I am going to just paint the area that had glue on it. Just the new stuff. I am leaving the rest of the base exactly the way it is. Why? Because I'm going to use Tamiya's extra thin cement on the feet because there's no paint on the feet. And I'm going to connect it plastic to the base so it doesn't randomly fall off. It'll be just one piece. Now if I put just super glue on it, chances that it'll pop off if it falls are high actually, because the thing about AC glue is that it cracks and fractures like glass. Almost like glass, but it'll crack and fracture. Which could be good if you wanted to rip off an arm or rip off the thing from a base to get a different base size. But at this point in my life, I don't care if they change the base size. I really don't care. Worst case scenario, I'll get a one-page rules. Play that. Seriously. If the rules get too crazy, why not? Right? If it leads to feel bad moment in a hobby where you're supposed to feel good, then what are we doing here? Now, it's only cool if you have a group of people that are cool and that'll do that. I think, and get me if I'm wrong, but I think that real people judge their self-worth on whether they can win a game of Warhammer. Is that true? So he's like, I'm better than you because I beat you. Like, do you feel really bad when you lose? I mean, that's okay. If you do, I don't. I'm like, it's just a game. I don't care. I move on really quickly. first I was all, but I never win a game. And then everybody was like, well, and they don't tell me anything. And I was like, well, how am I supposed to get better if you're not giving me any feedback? All right, I think now that this is primed, I think it's time for the hair brush again. So I'm gonna hit this little hair dryer. The one that I'm using here was actually a gift. It's a Liberté de Paris Tourmaline series. And it's just so tiny. Look how tiny this thing is. And it works really well. All right, I'm gonna shut off the volume and I'm gonna hit that. Alrighty, so we are back. Not just in Warhammer, but in all things. I can't stand feeling powerless. No, I get it. I don't feel bad when I lose, but if it's a blowout and it's so bad that I'm feeling powerless, then I can it can be a downer for me. I totally get that. I totally get that. Yeah. Yeah. Sometimes when you lose a game, you feel powerless, and that's not a nice feeling. Yeah. Especially if you get tabled. It's not even close. It's not even interesting. If and this is the thing that my wife has started to do. If the game is starting to seem very one-sided, we just call it and we start again. No, this wasn't a good game. Let's try again. You know what? I'm going to change up this unit, or I'm going to try this. I'm going to try that. And we just stop. Because at one point it's not going to be any fun. So it's like, what's the point? Now, there are times where I do want to play it through the end, where I'm saying, okay, so I have one person, like my last game of AOS, right? I had one more person. It was my sorcerer for my Seraphon army, while the Flesh Eater Courts were all just closing in en masse. And I wanted to do the final turn to see if I can cast a spell to at least stave them off for one turn. And she had a endless spell, which they call manifestations now, of horses, a stampede, a Gravemire stampede, that actually came in and galloped and completely annihilated the sorcerer, but not before I got a spell off. So it was like, put a wall, and he went, ran over through the wall and killed him. But he had that gracious last stand. That was cool. But if the game is obviously it's gonna lead to feel bad, so we stop it. We just like, nope, we're done. It's a game. It's supposed to make us happy. If one of us is not happy, then there's no point. And so that's pretty cool. But my wife plays to win, let me tell you. Yeah. She does. She's a good person to play against, because she'll challenge you to try to rethink things. And she's very smart. What am I going to do here? I am going to do the gold, but I'm going to do very little Balthasar gold. Wet this over here a little bit. I'm going to grab some Balthasar gold over here, and I'm going to do this on the edge of the weapon. I know. Which is not great, but it's still going to be a tombstone, but it's going to be a golden tombstone bits. I don't know where I'm going with this, but you know what? It's going to be fun, and I'm going to have fun with it. So it is. I am going to paint this up and do the Zinching symbol over here. Almost dry brush. In fact, you know what? I have that sponge. I should use the sponge, but not just for this little thing. I'm going to bust out the make out sponge, but I'll do it for something larger than that. So I don't know if that in gold is going to be great, but I'm going to try it anyway. Okay. Okay. Baltasar gold. And now you notice that I'm not doing the same gold as I'm doing for the Space Wolves because I'm not starting it off with that darker tone first. I'm just going straight for the red gold and the bright gold, and that's it. Because Zinch, it's supposed to be very, very, very bright, colorful, swirly. All right, so there it is. I got that done, and now I'm going to take some. Should I do Temple Guard blue? No, I didn't say that. It's going to take Sotek green. So this is Sotek green, and Wolf Brother Mythos can contest. I do not use Sotek green to paint up my Space Wolves at all. It does not. It's a totally different color. Take a look at the pot. See? This is what I use for Zinch. It's a different color entirely. So. So, yeah. And you can even see it over here. See? It goes there. There goes there. It's different. You know what? I'll do a comparison live. I'm not even going to use this color, but what the heck? I have so much of it. It doesn't matter. All right. I'm going to take some Amaranth blue. I'm going to make a side-by-side comparison between Amaranth blue and Sotek green. And then, of course, with the highlight color, which is going to be Hero blue. Okay, so. And for my Thousand Suns, there. All right. These are the two colors that I use for my Zinch. These are the two colors that I use for my Space Wolves. They're blue, but they're different blues entirely. So if you think my Space Wolves look like Zinch, they're different colors. You just have to compare them side by side. I think that would be the best thing. All right, I'm going to start with some Sotek green. A little base coat in the center of the gun here. Or the warp flyer blaster gun cannon thing. All right. I got to get used to the what is it called? The chaos naming conventions. It's bad enough that I learned the Imperium's naming conventions. Okay. There. Should I paint the back of this? Yeah, why not? I can always paint the black if I don't like it. Okay. That looks pretty cool. All right, so that's going to dry. And while that's drying, I'm going to get some ivory, some bone here. And I'm going to get a nice little, no, not yet. I'm going to get Mornfang Brown. And I'm going to base coat anything that's skullish. And I'm being very, very sloppy with this because as long as it lands on the bone, it doesn't have to cover completely. In fact, sometimes when you have some black showing, it actually gives it more definition and more contrast, which is weird, right? Less equals more. I guess that's the thing. I'm going to do a couple of rocks here, just a couple, just so I can have different colors. All right, good. And then I'm going to take Rhinox hide really quick. No, that's not Rhinox hide. This is. I'm going to take some Rhinox hide and I'm going to dab that into the stonework too, so that can have a little bit of brown too. That's it. Just dabs here, dabs there, a little bit on the rock. A little bit on the rock over here as well. Okay. Now that the Sotek green is dried, I'm going to go back And I'm going to get a mid step between my sky blue and my Sotek green. Alrighty. And that's what I'm going to use as a highlight for the top, layering it out. And trying to think about where the sun might hit on it and change the color. So thinking of prismatic stuff, which honestly, I've been thinking about color shifters for Tzeentch armies. What do you think about that? What do you think about the color shifting paint for Tzeentch armor and then paint the gold on it, the trim? That might be interesting. Okay. All right, now that we have that, we got a nice little rough sketch of where the light's showing. I'm going to go back down with a very, very liquidy Sotek green and almost glaze a little transition in between. Because the transitions, you don't want them to be harsh. You know? Okay. And it's just watered down versions. And if it's too much, you just wipe it off. So don't let it dry on there. So it's somewhat like subtractive painting. Like you're taking away paint and what's left behind looks cool. So there's additive painting and subtractive painting. So that would look good. Okay, take a little bit of that. Go back with the Sotek green because the Sotek green wasn't powerful enough on this one. But I do want to retain the nice contrast of that sky blue. Punch it up, punch up the contrast just a little bit. Just in designated areas, like pop here, pop there. So it's almost shimmering. And always go for that shimmer. That's the only word I can say to really define what the paint is doing. Okay, extreme highlight this time, straight to sky blue. I'm just putting little points of reflection lights. Just little dots, 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 dots. And as it's almost like a speckling? That's not what it's called. Yeah, it's almost like gosh, I got the brush right. Stippling. Thank you. I got a stippling brush right. It's almost like stippling. Okay, so we're gonna do some stippling transitions right here. Get the mid-tone right now. I'm getting the mid-step and color variation. I'm going just bottom right here, just going across. And doing the same on this side, just going across with the mid-color. All right, there it is. And there, all that for a Tzeentchian. Now I'm going to go into some Screaming Skull. And I'm going to gently just put some marks on the top very quickly. All right. And I'm just stippling again just so I can get the raised edges of the skull in the face, because you don't want to obliterate detail in the face. You don't want to get it into the holes. Like we already have the nice dark color, the rich browns in the holes. You don't want to, take away or detract from that. So be really, really light with your brush. I'll show you slow motion. And hopefully you can see that. So doing around the eyes, just doing around the eyes, just the teeth, and then that's it. And do the top of the head, and maybe the side of the head, very, very haphazardly. And there it is. We got that. And don't worry about it if it's like blotchy or something like that. That's still cool. It's very, very much valid if you have blotchy. Simply because we're going to go over it with some shade. So having blotchiness is actually helpful. All right, I think I put a little bit too much on there, so I'm going to take some of this paint off. Trying to give it a little more blotchiness. There it is now. Let's remove the paint. See, it almost chips. That's pretty cool. That's a cool effect. Okay. Okay. Oh, I wonder if I want to put any of that nice ivory color into stones here. I shall. Just to integrate the piece a little bit. Having a little, everything that's used in the base integrates. Everything has a little bit of that in it. All right, I'm going to put some of these highlights on this rock over here. But here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to take whatever color is on here, right, and I'm going to put it into the black. And that quickly eats it up. So I'm going to take some more of that ivory. I'm going to put it in the black. More of that ivory and put it in the black. You don't have to go straight black and white to get gray. If you do it with the ivory or something brown, it comes up with a really more natural gray for rocks. If your rocks ever come out like dull as all get out and you don't know what the problem is, integrate a brown into your light brown into your blacks and come up with grays that way. It's a more natural tone because there's a lot of dirt out there and that happens. Okay, now we got those things in. The rocks are really good to go. I'm going to get some more of that natural gray and hit the rocks over here. And here's like the main color for the rocks, I guess. It's a mix between ivory and black, but it's not completely mixed. Like there's still some ivory line streaks showing on the brush. Like I don't fully mix it. I just go bloop, bloop, and that's it, you know. Just go to it. Now this is drying. I think I want a little bit more ivory in this. So I'm just going to stipple a little bit of more ivory right there. Yeah, I beat up my brushes. They get abused. All right. But I got so many of them. Alrighty, not just Warhammer, but all. Okay, that sounds pretty cool. I've been thinking about some color shift for Alpha Legion myself. Yeah, dude. You gotta do some Alpha Legion? That's such a cool army. So cool. Alfarius, oh my god. Are they good? Are they bad? Nobody knows. Nobody knows. Doesn't know. Nobody can find them. And they're all Alfarius. All right. I think we're just gonna put some shade on this and put the mini back on. I'm gonna show you all the steps that I do just to paint one fig. All right, we're just gonna get some of this Seraphon Sepia, kind of just get the bones and stuff like that, make it nice and brown. And once I put on all these colors, and yes, you are correct, I am getting it on the nice stones, because I'm going to unify the whole piece. I'm going to go in, I'm going to get some wet, damp, nice brush, and I'm going to just dilute it a little and push this around. Like if it's pooling in one area, and I'm going to shift it over to the other area, but the transitions are going to be light simply because this is a very watered down version of the Seraphon Sepia. Also, if you want to get it a little lighter on the top of the skull, all you have to do with that light brush, with that wet brush, and the Seraphon Sepia is just literally take some off. And as you take some off, it'll get lighter. So there it is. Okay. Good. That's good. Wonderful. All right. Now, shade does take a while to dry. So in the meantime, what I'm going to do is I'm going to set the fig onto the base. I'm going to remove any of the poster tack that's on here. I'm going to get a larger piece. For some reason, that's how that works. If you have a larger piece of whatever stucky thing it is, it takes off the smaller piece a lot easier than if you use a smaller piece. Crazy. I love physics. Okay, now what I'm going to do is I'm going to place the fig over here. Oh, it might wobble, it might wiggle, it might wobble. It's okay. And I'm going to see if it stands up on its own. Because if it does, that's the best case scenario. If it doesn't, that's okay too. It does. There it is. No glue, no anything. It's just standing up there right now, right next to the paint that it can fall into. Why don't I move that away? That would be a good idea. All right, time for extra thin cement. Here we go. Ultra thin cement. Sorry. Oh no, it's extra thin. Ooh, it's wobbling. I'm just gonna touch. There. with a touch. Right there. And then finally with a touch in the back. And this foot is not touching it at all. It's just standing on one foot. And that's okay. It's already starting to melt. Because see, I can pick it up. And it won't fall off. So it already started melting. It's that quick. But I want it to dry in real time. And you can't really put accelerator on this to make it dry any faster. So that's the thing. You just have to be patient with it. But so far, it's looking good. It's looking good. So while that dries, Stormcast Eternal female heads. Do they have them? You say, yeah, that would be a catastrophic fail. It was all right. I could repaint it. It's just time. It's just time and energy. You think you don't have enough of it, but you actually don't have enough of it. So to spike. Okay. That's fantastic. I love water. Woo. I had some root beer before. You gotta be careful. My blood sugar will spike. What is the hardest thing you've painted? I think the most difficult thing I painted was a sorcerer from Reaper Miniatures, not because it was high detail, is because I glazed the entire model. Everything was glazing. Like there wasn't no hard edges, no base coats. It was just glazing. It was glazing, 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 glazing. And I think I did like 13 to 15 coats of paint just to have a nice transition on the coat, you know, on the jacket or the cape. I think that was the hardest thing I think I tried to do because I was learning and YouTube wasn't a thing. So what I did was I went onto these websites of expert painters for either Reaper or, you know, Warhammer or whatever. And what I did was I bought a CD. They had a DVD. I'm sorry. They had a DVD of the painting techniques. And the only thing they showed was glazing. It was one technique. So this was the only thing in my toolbox. So I proceeded to use the one thing in my toolbox for everything. And it took me 3 months to finish one model, you know. And I didn't know any techniques. I mean, I really am glad for YouTube. But is YouTube more of a tutorial channel now? Like, I don't even know. I don't know if people use it because there's so many tutorials now. It's so flooded that I'm starting to think maybe the tutorials isn't. It was my jam for a very, very long time, but maybe I have to change, and that's why the live show thing, you know, maybe that'll boost up more viewers. Let's see. Yeah, it's looking pretty good, but I'm gonna let it dry some more because it still seems wet. Okay, but it is looking good. Looking pretty decent. That's an interesting thing, and I'll show you what I do with the snow. It's very easy actually. But yeah, this is good. You know what I'm doing? I'm going to come in with some more ivory just to do some supreme highlights. Okay. And I don't think I'm going to use the brush that I've been using for the base. I think I'm going to use a better brush for the base. I'm going to use my Raphael. Make sure I get a point drawn on that. And okay. Now I'm going to go into the ivory. While it's drying, I'm just going to do some edge highlight. Yeah. But it's really hard because it's an organic shape, but I do want it to glow. So there it is. Look at that. Look at that. I'm very happy about this. This is coming out great. I think we have another howler in the room. We have another howler in the room. So when I say Space Wolves, I want to hear your howl. You ready? Space Wolves! Did I do that good? That wasn't my voice. That was a voiceover. Everybody who comes into the studio while I'm painting is an obligatory howl now. I think it's good. While I'm painting the Space Wolves, that is. If I'm painting something else, it'll be something else. But yeah, I think it's great. Oh, these little highlights. These little highlights are looking so great. It's adding so much contrast to this. I hated this little skull from the skull box. So I figured it needed a lot of doctoring up. And I think that's what I did. All right, this skull over here looks great, but I want the forehead to be a little brighter. So what I can do is just put a little bot on his dome. Chromis of the domus. As if the sun is just hitting. And maybe I can just get a little bit of highlight on the nose and on the cheek. Oh, this looks so good. Okay. See how highlights really make things pop? It's just a little bit of contrasting colors to really draw your eye in. It's like, whoa, that's a high value jump. Let's go. All right. Still drying. Almost done. Almost ready for the snow. Oh, this is so glorious. And then I would have finished this model. I always paint the model, but I never show you how I do the bases. But this is what I do for the bases. It does take some time, but man, oh man, do they look epic. Let me see if I can get the last, what I did this week. All right, I painted him up, and there's an Eye of Tzeentch right there. And that's the bottom of the same gun that I took, the Warp Flamer. And then I took the Warp Flamer chunk, and as you can see that, it's like the barrel itself was chopped in half by some kind of like power sword and landed in the snow. But this is another base, so it's gonna get covered by snow, but it's looking pretty slick. All right, let's see another one I did over here. And again, these guys are getting red swords. If you can see it, this guy over here, it's sheath, but it's still red. The red swords and red guns, and most of them have numbers on their back. This is number 5. This is number 6. So you can see they're numbered. I don't know what that means. There's lore there that you can actually just come up with some stuff, right? What do you think, chat? What do you think the lore for these models should be? I have 1 all the way through 6 so far. This is going to be number 7. It's going to be the red guns and the red swords. So very, very red. The bloodhounds, maybe? I don't know. I have a unit of them. That would be so cool. So I get 9 of these with the red sword. This one has the Volca Fenrica decal. That looks so good on the sword. I wish I had like 100 of these. Every sword would be sporting this, especially the red ones with the black Volca Fenrica. Oh my gosh, so good. So again, another model that I did. I did some freehand. I did the freehand of the 3-prong claws. For the knee over here, because it's easy to do the freehand, honestly. I don't mind, but I did have these hunter decals, so I figured I'm just gonna try to paint a little faster and cut out some time, and believe me, it takes some time. And I painted this guy over here, again, red, also has the Volca Fenrica, also has the freehand on the knee pad as well. So this is definitely a crew. I think this is number, what is that, 5, 6. This one is 4. Yeah. So yeah, so I do have quite a few of these. Fun stuff. What do you think their lore should be? These are the blood axe. No, not the blood axes, because they don't have axes, right? They have allies. No, stop. I am so corny. Quickly, unsub. I think I just lost like 5 subscribers just for that joke alone. All right, in any case. What are you working on here? Okay, so there is that. Now, while that's drying, it's time for the decals. I'm going to take this one, and this is going to stretch the imagination of how long you can leave a decal in water and it still be functional. So that is lasting on day 3. It's been in there for 3 days. Will it work. That's a really cool sword. Hey, thanks. Thanks. Wolf Brother Mito says, I can't think of what my hardest model I painted is. Yeah. It's the one that I had to put the most effort into. Just like this little Reaper miniature, because I was learning and I didn't have anything to learn from, and that frustrated me because I'm a teacher. I love to learn. So, okay. Tweezers are in hand. What was I doing that I needed the tweezers? Oh, yes, decals. Let's see if this decal still works. I'm going to turn it upside down. Hopefully it doesn't fall right off. No, it's nice and wet. Okay. Now this one I'm going to put on the leg over here. This is rough. Okay. No, I'm not going to use my Winsor & Newton for decals. That would be foolish. But I am going to use my Citadel starter brush. Well, let's see. The test is, after 3 days sitting in the drink, it comes off just fine. Check. All right, now let me put it into paste and see if it adjusts like another one would, or is it just going to instantly stink in the wrong place? And am I going to have to, you know what I'm going to do? It's really difficult to move like that. So I'm going to wet it up, and I'm going to take my X-Acto blade and very gently move the decal over without stabbing the decal, if that makes sense. Like putting enough pressure to move it without ripping the decal. I'm always very dangerous when I paint. And the answer to the question is that if a decal stays in water, will it still be good in a wet palette? The answer is yes. Yes, it will be. So that's pretty cool. I want to move it over this way a little more. I want to show it off. I want to be dead center. I want to be outside so you can see it. And here's the wolf amongst the stars. So there's that. Okay, good. Now, what things I'm going to get? Let's see. I have lots. I do have the Champions of Fenris in black, too. Like, but I don't understand. Do we have to have white pauldrons in order to get the black symbols? Never understood that. Because I always thought the Champions of Fenris had the black background. So why would these be in black? I don't know. In any case. Okay, I got a whole bunch of stickies. That looks ripe for a saga marking. Well, it's looking good. Okay, so where is it? I'm ready. I need these. Okay. Wolf that walks the stars. Champions of Fenris. When I started my Space Wolves, I thought, I just messed up a decal. I thought that's okay. I don't think I'm doing much more infantry after this. What's he doing? I lost an idea mid-sentence. Okay, so I said when I when I started my Space Wolves, I thought that Ragnar Blackmane was the chapter master because he was the person in front. It was weird to me that Ragnar Blackmane is the main person of the Space Wolves because it has a wolf on it. I guess that's. I mean, the other one's a wolf, but it kind of looks like a horse. Okay, so I'm going to get a Grey Hunter, Pack Mark. Love these. Long Fangs too. I lament the Long Fangs. They were so cool. I wonder if we're going to get Long Fangs. I would love Long Fangs. I love Long Fangs. I love to have that massive amount of Devastators in the back, just like pummeling away as you race across the board, trying to get to your victims. So you got to do something about something. Either I'm just going to get free shots on you, endless free shots, or you're going to have to take them out. And if you're going to take them out, man, I can advance and charge. So I love that. It's so cool. Okay. What number is he? hearkened unto the time. Hark, hark, hearken to you. Stimpy reference. All right. Oh, yeah, I was going to do a saga marking. Those are fun. Let's do red to keep with the theme and do a red paw. And then, now that I have the paw mark, these tweezers are great, by the by. All right, I'm going to put it on one side and then flip it over. Okay. Now they got saga marking. What else? I'm going to give the dog a bone. Literally. Because there's a bone saga marking, and I'm going to put it on the top of his backpack for giggles. Because they're supposed to have lots of little things. The Grey Hunters. They've been around, so they've been through some sagas. Remember that time we saga? What, like Nakasaga? No, not the towers. Okay. Okay, we got the bone over here. Going through for people in chat. Okay, so let me see. Wolf Brother Mythos says the new decals are really sturdy. The older ones have a tendency to dissolve or tear apart kind of easily. Yeah, I also always been confused by why Ragnar's logo was also the Space Wolves logo as a whole. It kind of makes him feel like the one in charge, right? Yeah, it does. It absolutely does. And Longfangs have always been so good. I loved taking all last cannons. I didn't have enough last cannons to take all last cannons. I would have loved to take all last cannons because, come on, we're putting out damage equal to what is it? A Land Raider, right? So with the last cannons, right? You're putting out how many? 4 of them because the leader is not supposed to have one, right? Is that it? So yeah, you're putting out equal damage as last can from a friggin' tank. And just a little Devastator squad is so friggin' cool. Oh my gosh. This was number 7. I'll put the number 7 on him. I haven't defined the lore. What do you think, Mythos? What do you think I should raid these specialists? This one crew of 10 that have red swords. What are they? The elites? The honor guard? The red chains? No, the red claws, because they have red and their sword is the claw. I don't know. No idea. I am having fun with it though. All right. Let's see what else I can do. Any other decals I can put on there? I think that's enough. Yeah, that's good. I got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 in the drink here, and the first one should be ready to go already. So let's go ahead and do that. I'm going to turn it upside down again, get it nice and hydrated, and then turn it back up and taking this guy over here. So what I do is that I hold it with the tweezers, and then I usually take a brush, and particularly a wet brush. I'm going to damp this over here, and I'm going to take it, I'm going to slide it straight off. I don't know if that's... What is your process when you put on decals? This is mine, and this is what I work on. But if I can find a better way, I will find a better way. All right. And then slide. I try to move it with my brush if I can't. And I come in with the... Okay. Now, yeah, I moved my brush just fine. So now I'm going to come in later on. Straighten out the legs here. Yeah. And since it's not conforming to this round edge as well as I wanted to, I'm going to use Micro Soul to soften it up and make it conform. And then finally Micro Set so I can stretch out the miniature. Stretch out the decal from the center to flatten out any kind of wrinkles. And that combination is just so good. One bends it, the other one flattens it out so it looks like it's painted on. Just chef's kiss, if you know what I mean. But first things first, let me get all these decals on before I wet my brush in that very, I don't know what chemical's in there. Hope it doesn't give me cancer. Oh, I know. I'm going to put something on the gun. Got to put decal on the gun. So I'll put a little decal, possibly golden decals. All the guns that are red have had golden decals so far. Did I not wet this enough? Okay. How about now? Now we're cooking with it. Okay. Not bad. Okay, that was easy. Okay, let me get on to the saga marking. And this goes really quickly. I mean, fairly quickly. So grab this, put it over here, reshape it. And I'm going to put it right there on the thigh. Oh, I dropped it. Okay, no big deal. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take this and I'm going to put it back in the drink. Nice and wet. And I'm going to put this on the side. Okay, now I'm going to put it right there on his thigh armor. There it is. And I don't know if it's going to fit straight. If it does, that's great. If not, I can put it tilted. I don't care. It looks good. Either way. You know? Not as rigid. When it's not for a painting competition, I'm not as rigid as I am when it's my serious painting. Right now, I am just having a ball. I'm enjoying every second. This is amazing. Move this over perfectly. It fits straight up and down, no problem. And there is a nice saga marking right there to let everybody know he's part of that saga. Now for the bone. These decals, I am just trying to burn through as many as possible, I guess, with these guys, because these guys are venerated. Okay, now let's get the bone right on top, which fits perfectly on top of here. I mean, sort of. Okay, there. But it looks pretty good. And worst case scenario, I'll come in there with an X-Acto Life and scratch it off. But it looks good. I like it. Give a dog a bone, man. Roof, roof. Plus, that's a saga marking, so it just means that they've been through that red bone saga, whatever that is. Whatever saga that image conjures. Red bone. Okay. Just let you know that he's been there. Plus, that area needed a little more interest, a little more oomph. It seems pretty plain up there. I'm not getting accurate with this brush, so I'm going to go over here with the X-Acto blade. There you go. That's so much easier. It's a precision tool for a precision thing. All right, we got the 7. Let's get the 7 and put it on the backpack. And where do I put it on the backpack? Right in the center of the... Put it over here. So much better. Right on the paint. So this way it could be catastrophic. Oh, nail biter. All right, this should be fine. All right, where are we? Put it over here. There. Alrighty. Nice number 7. It's not moving, so do this. Perfect. Perfect. You guys have to be really gentle with that X-Acto blade. All right, so there's the 7 right there, but we missed one thing. I don't have anything for the swords. And I don't think the squad leaders have chain swords. So it's not going to have the Volca Fenrica on it. So what I'm going to do is I am going to use Volca Fenrica again for this sword. The Volca Fenrica Crew. I like that there's 2 for one of these, and I bought like 8 or 9 of these sheets. Well, more than enough. Plus, since I have so many, Mythos, I'm going to send you these once I'm done. If you need some now, I'll send you now. But if you don't, then I'll just finish all the ones and then just cut them out and send it to you separately. Because I'm not going to use them, and what's the point, right? So, if I can bless somebody, I'll bless somebody. Where was I? Oh yeah, on the gun. Okay, so I want to take this Grey Hunter symbol in gold. I'm gonna put it on the gun. Oh man, I just go for it. I do wild things. You remind me of the babe. Just watched Labyrinth last night again. My wife never saw it, so I was like, oh my gosh. David Bowie and Jim Henson. Let's go. I like Jim Henson's darker side. Okay, that looks great. Oh, wow, look at that. Bent up. It bent up. All right, now it's good. It's good. It reacted like the parchment paper. I mean, yeah, the parchment paper reacts when you put it in and you soak it for the first time. It kind of like curled up a little bit. So there it is. Let me see. Red fangs. I like it. My process for what? The process for getting decals onto a miniature. Because I do it that way. I brush, I wet it, I put it on my wet palette. I don't have to worry about it. There's a little edge on the side of my wet palette that is very, very damp. And I pick it out with my tweezers like this. And then I just slide it on with a brush. But I'm going to put this wolf marking this way because it's the only way it'll fit right. And then I take the back side of my X-Acto blade and gently push it exactly where I want it to go. Exactly. All right. That's how I do decals. And I want to know if your process was any different. Because everybody has their own way of doing things, right? So, and I'm always learning from different ways. Like sometimes people just inspire me. I'm like, oh wow, I didn't know I can do that. Let me try it. And then I try it, and it comes out mediocre at best. And then after I try it for like 15 times, or about 3 or 4 times actually, and then by the 4th or 5th time, I would say that I got it. Like I got the technique and I learned it. So I'm always looking for learning new stuff. The teacher in me. All right, now Vilka Fenrica is really liking to curl up. That's the second time. All right, let's get a lot of water here. And then I'm going to get the hobby knife to push it exactly where I want it. That looks amazing. Look at that. So cool in the red background. Yeah, I have ice swords and I have the flaming swords. And I have to have some flaming swords too, simply because Logan Grimnar has a Demon Axe and it's red, so I don't want him to be the odd person out. Maybe I can call him the Demon Slayer. Demon Slayers. Oh wait, copyright infringement. All right. Thank you so much. No rush needed, but they'll definitely be helpful. Yeah, awesome. Oh, I don't have any reliable tweezers that leave me feeling in control, so I use that flat side of my hobby knife to lay a decal down on a mini. Nice. Quick and easy. Nice. That's interesting. Never tried to lift up a decal with just the hobby knife. I'll definitely have to try that out. Thank you. Let me see. And then I'll find out which one I like more. Which process. That's what I do. I'm discovering. Okay, now let me see. Is it time for the snow yet? No, not time for the snow yet. It is time for the microsol. And this thing ruins brushes like it's no tomorrow. So what I'm going to do is dentist tool. Or no, this is a clay shaper. And I'm just going to put it on top. That's it. And that's the only one that's really giving me trouble. The other ones are pretty flat. You know, this one is giving me a little wrinkly trouble too. Okay, that's good. And then this one over here, a little wrinkly. Decal's a little softer. It would be amazing. Okay. Everything else, this might give me some trouble. The 7 on the back. Red fangs. I like it. You don't have reliable tweezers? Maybe I'll send you one of these. These are good. See if I can send you a tweezer that's reliable. Now be careful with them. But this sucker, if you take care of it, freaking awesome. It's big. Look how big it is. You're like so in control. Like I can just flip it around like this. I don't know if you can see it in the camera. So it's like so nice. Okay, that looks good, but you know what? I don't know. I got the blue in there. That's pretty cool. I don't have any green. I want green. I don't want green in here. Okay, that's fine. What can I do that's green? How about this green? Nice ink. Emerald green. Oh my gosh. You're coming with me, emerald green. Let's go. A drop of ink right there. Ink is so highly pigmented. Now look at that one drop. It turned everything green. Luckily, this whole mat is green, so it doesn't matter. Oh, okay. Now be careful. Dilute. Touch. Dilute. Touch. Now. Dilute. Whisk away pooling. Now I think some green should be on this skull right here. That would be cool. Right, just a little bit. Just a little touch of it. A hint of it. Of a Fenrisian summer when it's close to the great eye. Now, that looks a little more, because it was looking a little too dull. I want to throw some green in there. Look how light and subtle that is, right? You gotta be careful with that green. That emerald green is super pigmented and will change the tone of your thing very easily. Okay, so what I'm going to do now is I'm going to take this same brush that's very, very, very wet and hopefully not green anymore. Okay, good. And then I'm going to just press down some of the miniature and see if it flattens out some of the wrinkles that were on the shoulder. And let me see if I can do the same over here. Oh, definitely. I think Soul that you don't even need set. Soul is just making it look painted on right now. That's awesome. And I'm gonna get my semi-wet, semi-touched with Soul on the other decals as well. Let's see if I can get rid of the wrinkles. Oh man, this Soul, I didn't even need to use the set. Sometimes I need to use both. And sometimes this just does the job. Nice. Nice and flat. Okay, now Since that is wet, I'm going to go and take a nice sponge. I mean, a nice Q-tip. I think I'm going to get a sponge. I think I'll do a dedicated fake makeup sponge or something like that just for this. But I'm going to press it onto here. Just removing any excess water or stuff like that. Just squeezing it on and crushing it on. Get rid of some of that moisture. Okay. 7. Pretty good. Volk of Enrica. Just didn't need anything. It went on really nicely. Okay, there it is. Now the decals are dry and they're on the miniature, and there you have it. Now, time for some snow. And for the snow, oh no, that's where my camera is on. My camera is on the snow. Oh my goodness. Okay, so I'm gonna have to do something about it. What can I do? Oh wait, man, maybe is that the same size? Is this the same flow aid? It's a little higher, but that's okay. All right, I'm going to pull this the Indiana Jones where I take this off and I put this one on. And I want to make sure that this is nice. Now, that does not seem nice. Oh my gosh. Oh my goodness. How's that? Take a look. Alrighty. This looks so bad. You might see this wire or something because it connects to that camera. So many things. This wire, that camera, all over the place. Yeah. Today was going to be a long show. I knew it was going to be a long show. It took me hours to prep, actually. I recommend that. I recommend everybody prep their live show before they go live, because problems come up you wouldn't even see coming. I do that. Trust me on that. Oh, I forgot this. Oh, I forgot that. Why isn't this working? Oh my gosh, so many things. I try to iron that stuff out before I go on. Before I started this one, I didn't even have this camera, the one, I didn't even have it hooked up. Like I thought I did, and I didn't. And I was like, oh, that would have been a problem. And then, all right, so this, and then nothing really. Now this is the snow, and I get some snow on that clip. That's okay. I wipe some off, and there's like a little snow bundle right there. I'm going to leave that there. It looks very characterful. This stuff gets everywhere, and that's okay. It's snow, like it's supposed to. Yeah. So this shoe, okay, a little on the decal. I don't care. All right, a little bit on his knees. Sure, why not? How about over here? How about like right there? Why don't we just do that? Because I forgot to paint that tooth, so I'm just gonna put snow on it. Yeah, because that's how it is. Look, perfectly smooth leg, and I'm gonna gook it up with some snow. Let's go, let's go, let's go. Especially the bottom of his foot. In fact, I like to pull out the snow, so it looks like it's sticking. See that? Looks like it's sticking. In any case, all right, let me just put this down, and the cracks and crevices, I want to keep some of that skull. I want to keep some of that skull exposed so I can see the detail that we just added to it. That would be wonderful. Okay, now over here we do the same. I'm just gonna put some snow in and just go around the base. Very sloppy process, really. Okay. I'm going to do this, and I'm going to leave some snow off the rocks. Scraping the rocks a little, getting the snow in between. Just putting a dollop right there. Okay, so now I'm going to put a dollop on his head too. There we go. Now it looks like, pretty cool. Integrated. Now, Put some snow on the Zinchian tombstone-ish, gunish, barrel, whatever. Looks like a tombstone, but I mean, it doesn't have to be. It could just be the gun barrel. Or the lower of the warp flamer. That's it. I said it right for the first time. It's a warp flamer. Okay. Not exactly the easiest and most precise thing to work with, but this snow does look really good. All right, now I can put some ice sprinkles on it, but I can't be bothered now. You looking good, boy. I'm going to check it over, see if there's anything I missed. I missed that tooth right there. All right. Start off with some Morphang Brown. Morphang Brown is drying on my wet palette because I've had it open for so long. When your paint's dry on your wet palette. All right. And you know you're painting for hours and hours and hours. Okay. Use my eraser, aka a wet brush. Okay, and then I'm going to get some Shanti Bone. And I'm just layering. I'm not painting the whole thing, the whole tooth. So it's brown on the top and light on the bottom. Just like we did over here. I'm going to come back with this for a bit. I want to see some of the lighter fur creeping up the pattern. Nice and cool. There it is. Nice little gradient on the fur, little tail right there. And I think that's pretty much it. I'm going to get some snow from here, the back of my brush. Put a little bit on the gun. Why not? Should have a little bit on there. Sure. Why not? All right, a little caught over here on the gun too. It's in the same environment. It deserves to get a little bit of snow on it. I'm going to do the same thing for the skull over here. I'm going to get a little boop. Little boop on it. You can use the back of your brush. But I want to get underneath the foot over here, so I'm going to use my X-Acto blade to do that. I'm just going to push some snow under the foot, so it could be underfoot. That's nice. Okay, now, did I forget to paint anything else? Look it over. Yes, I did. And this is what I do. Stormhole Silver. Away. Okay. Now, where did I not do? Oh, the top of the gun barrel. Because it's supposed to be shinier on the top because the light's hitting it there. Maybe Stormhole Silver right there. And right here at the edge. Okay, where else? On the gun itself, I'm just going to boop some things on the mechanical bits of the gun. So it can look silvery. Okay, that's that. I think that's it, right? Yeah, I want that black. But the Stormhole Silver can go right here, boop. And then right here, boop. And then right here with the Volca Fenrica part, boop. Yeah, and then maybe some edge highlighting on here with the silver. So good. Right there, okay. I'm putting way too much silver on here, which means I'll go back with black and just tidy up. Now it looks like chips. Little tricks. Add some chipping detail to your model. You can go back and forth until you get the desired effect you want. If I didn't go back and forth, I would mess up every model I paint. Okay. I think that's looking good. What do you think? I think we're going to call this one done. And there it is. My basing and everything else. Because I always paint it up, but I never show you how I do my bases and stuff like that. So there it is. Lots of snow on the fit and stuff like that. Pretty good. Pretty good. Yeah, I think that's it. I'm happy with it. Are you happy with it? I'm happy with it. Let me ask the client. Are you happy with it? Yes, I'm happy with it. Oh, wait, I'm the client. So there it is. So the question is, do I put a necklace on this guy? And I think he's busy enough that I'm not. Do I have 5 necklaces ready to go? I'm going to pre-paint. Well, they're primed. I'm going to pre-paint all of them and just attach them randomly. They're gonna wind up on some people who have open poses that don't have anything, or that need a little more cumin to it. But yeah, I think this is good. This is a good stopping point for this miniature. I think we're gonna pull it off here, and then we're gonna put it side by side with another miniature. Yeah, looks pretty decent. It looks like they belong in the army here. Roar! So cool. Very cool. All right, taking another one over here with the red claw and see if looks good with that one. Yeah, definitely. He has a bolter, a Zinchian bolter. Pretty cool. Yep. All right, we're gonna call this one. This one is done, and it's gonna go into the pile if I finished it, and I'll probably never see you again. Take care. You were fun while you lasted. You know what I didn't do? No. Nah, that's fine. All right. I think that's good. Call it. Alrighty. I'm gonna move over to the other side. I'm gonna move to the other side. Alright. Oops. Boop. Alright. I'm going to take this mic and push it over here where it is in front of everything, and I don't have to worry about it. Oh my god, now I messed up this camera. Oh. I don't know how this is going to turn out, but I'm going to try it anyway. Okay, I'm going to flip over to the talking overlay. Hey, there I am again, and it's showing all that stuff up there. I knew I touched this camera a little bit too much. There, that looks good. All right. Alrighty, well, ladies and gentlemen, I think that was a lot of fun. I had a blast painting. I don't know how many hours I took painting up, but now you see in real time exactly how long it takes me to paint the miniature. And that's not from start to finish. I have some paint or dirt on me, which is okay. It's not start to finish, but that's okay. You know, I had a lot of fun today, and I got another one done, and that's what matters. If I can get one done a day, it'll go good, at the very least. I have other things to do and take that into consideration. But thank you everybody for joining me for this process. I will do a 40K version of what each army says about you, and we'll work on that one as well. Again, no news that I wanted to share today, which is fine. But I'm really, really excited about sharing more stuff with you. And my painting technique and my painting journey, that's what it is. It's my journey that you can see live. I should go edit a video, but not tonight. Tonight is going to be movie night or game night with my family. I think we're going to play Exploding Kittens, the board game. Yes, that's a thing. All right. Well, thank you so much for everybody joining me. I think you are each amazing. Thank you. Keep pushing your painting skills. Keep loving it. Thank you so much, Wolf Brother Mythos, for joining me and keeping the chat going. You are absolutely epic, and we definitely need to collaborate so I can be on your show and you can be on my show, and we can just go bounce back and forth. I think we have enough to talk about to do that. If you have another night available, maybe we can do something like that, or you can be a guest person, and then I'll have, I don't know, Trevarian back and pick his brain about a couple of things, or I don't know, someone else. Who knows? Alessandro Gabi hasn't been on for a while, and he has been creating absolutely stunning work. Absolutely stunning work. I could have Eric back. I wonder if, but I don't know what I would ask. I don't know. But what should I ask him? Who knows? I have to get a script. Anyway, I'm going on tangents. It's the end of the show. I shouldn't be going on tangents, right? But, But it's when you have the big chainsword. You see, when you have the chainsword, everything else is inconsequential. Yes, that's right. I have a purity seal that I made myself. Anyway, so happy about this. I have, ever since you had your chainsword mythos, I was like, I got to get myself a chainsword. And I finally did. I printed out my own. So there's that. I guess I could have been whiter with these red marks, but I don't know. It looks pretty good. Anyway, that being said, thank you everyone in the chat. You guys are absolutely amazing. Thank you for joining me. Sounds great, my brother. Thank you. Just wanted to let you know, remember to paint every miniature to at least improve something. Making small baby steps with each miniature. If you're painting a lot of miniatures, before you know it, you'll be epic scale before you know it. Just little tweaks, little things, all right? And may your backlog get ever smaller. Whoosh.